Right now on Good Day Seattle, we are tracking snowfall impacts across the region on this weather alert day on the roads, in the air, and at home.
And we're also tracking the latest snowfall projections. We've got a live report to see exactly how much snow is sticking to the ground this morning.
And two planes collide at SeaTac Airport, sparking more concerns about safety. What the airlines are saying this morning. Good Day Seattle starts now.
Live from Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
Well, good morning to you. 6:30 right now. I'm Bill Wixie.
And I'm John Halberstadt. Glad to have you on this Thursday, but there are some school closures and delays this morning because of the winter weather. Some areas are seeing, in fact, those calls still coming in as we speak, so you can see them scrolling along the bottom of your screen all morning long.
We have team coverage for you this morning. Sean Chitness in Bothell getting a look at the conditions there. Abby Coney is in North Seattle. Adam Gerke tracking the roads for us. And we begin with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan up on the weather deck. What are we seeing up there, Brian?
Starting to shift over a little bit here, you guys. I'm seeing a little bit more rain mixed in with this snow, so that could be a sign of things to come as temperatures warm up as we get a little bit closer to sunrise. Let's get right now to a live look as volumes increase on these roadways. This is just right out in front of our station here along Westlake Avenue, and right now we are looking at cars moving along just fine. You got to take it slow, though. There are plenty of slick spots out there on the roadways. Right now, our temperature is at 32 degrees. Let's take a peek at your radar where we continue to see snow falling up in Snohomish County. It has lightened up a bit, though. That's good news. Lake Stevens, Everett, Shoreline, even here in downtown Seattle, we're continuing to see that snow stretching all the way to about SeaTac. Temperatures still very chilly. We're hovering right around freezing, so it's going to be a white commute for you if you are up around South Snohomish and North King County. 38 will be our high today. We will eventually warm up, and we're going to bring back sunshine this afternoon. All right, let's send it on over to Adam Gerke. He's got to check on the roads. New problems out there, Adam.
Yeah, new problems right now for drivers southbound I-5. As the sign reads, South 5 to 520. That ramp is currently blocked by a collision. And if you're familiar with that ramp, you know you have to kind of go down into a tunnel to then pop up onto 520. So problems in that tunnel, and sounds like that is going to be one of the more pressing issues that we have right now. And could be in part and parcel due to the fact that we've seen the slush and the snow, the poor visibility. That's the kind of thing that we're dealing with right now. Whereas I-5 and 405, yes, the snowfall has continued. Some of it may be shifting over to rain, as Brian's been talking about. But that's kind of been mainly kind of a slushy, slick situation that we're dealing with here. Plows have been out working pretty hard to get the roadways cleared out. I'm most concerned with what's happening in some of the secondary areas, some of the municipalities where plows haven't been able to get out. So getting out of your own neighborhood, that's going to be one of the bigger issues. This can all be, I guess, mitigated with adding more time to your drive, slowing things down, and stretching out your following distance between you and the car ahead of you. You do those three things, you'll be in a lot better shape if you're venturing out into this. But right now, it looks like our volumes are still lighter, but the speed's definitely slower. Looking outside this morning, we've sent a number of crews out into the field. Abby Coney, you have found yourself kind of in the North Seattle area. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, hey, good morning, Adam. Great reminder, the biggest challenge is getting out of your neighborhood and onto the main arterials where the primary thoroughfares are in better shape. Growing up in the Bellevue area, I always loved watching the news whenever there was like a big snow day, and I especially loved when crews were at the bottom of the Queen Anne Hill. That's not where we are, but we're taking you to some of the big hills here. This is View Ridge area. For those who don't know, that's just west of Magnuson Park. It is kind of a big hill. We're on 70th. Earlier, I had to go over and knock the snow off of the road closure sign there. So you might be encountering some of that. Roads could be closed this morning. I would say about 3 inches accumulating. It's a really wet, dense snow. Snow has been lightly falling. This is not like the dry, gritty snow that we saw in Whatcom County on Monday. All right, we're looking both ways. Let's get out into the street. You're going to notice some of the lumps of snow between the tire tracks. That's starting to accumulate, and so it's helpful if you have snow tires. Also, if you have a little bit of a higher clearance. And then check out this festive home across the street. Still decked out with the lights, right? Sidewalks are really tough, everybody. We've seen people shoveling. Seen people walking the dog, a couple of cars out here, but really low traffic volumes. A couple of quick housekeeping notes for you. Seattle Public Schools closed for in-person instruction. They've got remote learning, though, happening today, so that's really important for families. Yesterday on X, Seattle Public Utilities posted that customers would be affected with recycling and trash pickup today and tomorrow, but I have yet to hear about specifics on that. I know they didn't pick up recycling, trash, or compost yesterday. And then we're also reaching out to SDOT to get some specifics on how things are going throughout the morning. We'll bring you those details as we get them. A very cozy, festive scene here. Hey, if you're able to stay home and be cozy, we love it. Let's send things over to Sean Chitness in Bothell right now. Sean, what's the latest?
Hey, Abby. Well, as you've been talking about, this is really a wet snow. It is hard and really forming on the ground. But what I am noticing just in the last half hour is that the flakes have gotten bigger, still coming down fast. And that really is what is the standout for the week. Noticing this morning just that we are not getting a break in the snow.
And we just lost Sean's microphone there.
Lost his audio, but we can still see the visuals and big fat snowflakes flying there in Bothell right now. Taking a look at Beacon Hill from earlier this morning, you can see that snow sky, and you know it's coming down, and it hasn't stopped. And in Woodinville earlier this morning, let's take a look at that as well. You can see lots of snow, and it really is that north end we're dealing with here. Bothell, Everett, Woodinville, even over to the east side, Kirkland and Bellevue, getting hit hard with those big snowflakes coming down and collecting on the road. And it is sticking out there. And Brian, this is a concern as we head into the morning commute here. It's snowing and it's sticking, and it isn't going to be easy for anybody to get to work.
Hop in front of the camera out here on the weather deck. The snow is kind of mixed in with some rain right now. The snow in Woodinville, Bothell, and Kenmore has really been impressive here this morning. We had some big flakes, and really it started around 10:30, 11 o'clock last night and did not quit all morning long. We will finally see that taper off coming up here over the next few hours. It's going to take a little while to get there, though. Right down here in downtown Seattle, I'm starting to see this snow mix in with a little bit of rain, just real light, drizzly kind of flurries. It mixed with some drizzle. It's not too bad. But looking down on Westlake Avenue, it is getting a little bit busier here downtown Seattle. People moving along just fine here, at least on this road. And now the volumes are increasing a little bit, kind of beating up that snow that was kind of just in place here from about 4 a.m. till now. So we're looking a little bit better. It's still very slippery. You gotta be careful as you hit the roadways. Right now, north end of Lake Washington is where we're seeing the most action, heading up to Everett as well as Lake Stevens. So that area, north King County, south Snohomish County, has kind of been the bullseye. However, we are still seeing showers between Seattle and SeaTac, just real light stuff falling for the time being. Temperatures are fairly cool across the board. Central and South Sound hovering right around freezing. We're cooler than freezing up in the north end. And what's going to happen here as we continue on through the day today is we are going to be seeing these showers dissipate. And by the noon hour, we're going to be bringing back some sunshine. That's going to help with the thawing and the melting. Should feel like a really nice afternoon for us here. And with those clear skies overnight, we're going to see a very cool night ahead. And with that, it probably will ice things over as we get into your morning commute Friday. So that'll be something new to deal with. Yay. All right, Central Sound, snow continues through the morning commute. Drier with thawing sunshine this afternoon. And a recap, it's going to be a very cold night ahead. Icy Friday commute. All right, here are your highs today. We're going to be in the upper 30s, low 40s. Expect snow this morning, mainly in the Central Sound. I think South Sound, you've gotten away with things. You're not really seeing much at all. Up in the North Sound, you also haven't seen much, especially up there towards Bellingham. You had plenty earlier in the week, though. Upper 30s, low 40s for the northern Washington coast. And for the southern Washington coast, we're going to be looking at temps in the mid-40s today. All right, so drying out, afternoon sun breaks, highs will be in the upper 30s. We're going to be back in the mid to upper 30s here for your Friday. Again, icy morning commute, but we should see some sunshine in the mix. And then Saturday brings our next chance for a little bit of snow in the morning. Doesn't look like something similar to what we're seeing today, but we could see a dusting to start our day on Saturday. All right, let's get another check on traffic here with Adam Gerke. Adam.
Right on. Thanks, Ryan. This morning we are seeing what's happening here now on northbound I-5 to 520. That ramp to 520 currently blocked off, and from what I understand, it's because of water that has collected in that off-ramp and made things unsafe for drivers exiting from North 5 to 520. That's actually something I also encountered on a number of points getting into Seattle. A number of storm drains that were clogged with snow and ice, and with the rain that was coming down, it wasn't complete snow at that point, but was then just turning into a giant puddle along I-5. So we do have that to watch out for, as well as other situations where snow has been collecting on tree branches and pulling those branches lower and lower. I am sure we are going to see more branches down throughout the day today as this weather continues. We already saw a number of trees down out on 104 and a few other locations around the region. So I'm anticipating that's just the beginning of things. We will see more of that. Turning on the road weather index, we get a feel for where that snow and ice is really impacting us, and we can clearly see where the speeds are delayed along southbound I-5 and southbound 405, as well as north 405 and northbound I-5. This is not indicating volume. This is indicating speed. And that is showing us that folks are definitely moving at a slower pace. I wish we would be seeing a longer following distance. That's something you can improve. If you are heading out into this, increase that following distance, budget in that extra time for your drive, and realize that this is just going to be one of those mornings you're going to have to go slow. You do those three things: slow it down, budget the time, and increase the following distance, and you increase your chances of making it to your destination exponentially at this morning. Around the rest of the region, we've seen easy volumes getting out of Pierce County. It really is focused at King County and moving towards Snohomish County, and also looking towards Kitsap and Mason counties. All right, John and Bill, back over to you.
6:41 here on your Thursday morning. The principal of Chief South High School put on leave. We'll have the alarming allegations about his personal life coming up. Just about 6:45 here, and take a look at the damage caused by an Air Japan plane that clipped a Delta jet at SeaTac Airport that startled passengers and invited questions as to how this happened. Port of Seattle officials say the Japan Airlines plane was taxiing when it hit the parked Delta plane. Officials now investigating the theory that weather conditions did play a part in this accident. FAA temporarily paused some flights at the airport due to the incident. It caused more than 170 delays or cancellations, and this left many passengers scrambling for a new flight, but safety was the first priority here.
When they allowed the fire department, 5 people come in, and they were going from chair to chair checking on the passengers. Everybody was, okay, giving thumbs up.
Delta says all 142 customers, pilots, and flight crew were okay. We also reached out to Japan Airlines for a statement. They said in part, quote, there were no injuries reported to the customers or the crew on board. We sincerely apologize to all involved for any inconvenience. The cause and circumstances are currently under investigation. Now, we are digging deeper into near misses at SeaTac Airport in the wake of that. We wanted to know, how often does something like this happen? According to data from the FAA, there have been at least 30 runway issues at SeaTac since January of 2019, and that includes 2 near misses just a few days apart last year. On September 10th, a Boeing 737 had to abort its landing after an Airbus crossed over the runway taxiway while the 737 was trying to land. On September 13th, just 3 days later, FAA reporting that air traffic control did not provide runway separation between a Boeing 777 and a Boeing 739. In each case, the planes did not bump into each other. Police right now searching for possible suspects after a 19-year-old was shot and killed in an Auburn parking lot. This happened Tuesday night at around 11 o'clock on 22nd Way Northeast and Riverview Drive. Police believe there is more than one suspect involved here. If you have any information about that shooting, you're urged to call Auburn police. The Washington State Senate passed a bill that makes changes to the parents' rights in education. The original bill outlining 15 specific rights to parents related to their child's public school education, including access to student records and the ability to review classroom curriculum. Among the changes are removing provisions requiring notice when a child gets non-emergency medical services or treatment at the school. Democrats argue it protects the established rights of young people to make their own health care decisions, but Republicans believe the changes puts the state in the middle of the relationship between a parent and a child.
How can we be so confident that the school districts can take care of this without telling the parents this is going on?
It is broad enough to allow a teacher to take a little time as necessary to ensure that all of his or her students are safe before providing prompt notification to the parents of an incident.
How fast Senate Bill 5181 could move through the House is unclear, but it will get a hearing in the House Education Committee. Take a look at Linwood this morning. You can see the snow blanketing the area there. It's on the cars, it's on the homes, and it's on the streets. Our editor reporting about 2 inches by 3:30 this morning. And now let's take a look in West Seattle. They got a dusting too, covering everything in white. In fact, I'd say it's a little more than a dusting there. We know the roads are treacherous there this morning as the snow continues to fall. And take a look at the roads. They're just before 5 o'clock this morning. This is at Southwest Admiral and California Avenue. Yeah, it's going to be a tricky commute out there. And Brian McMillan, last night, the snowflakes I saw in the Mill Creek area were bigger than I've ever seen before, either here on the West Coast or the East Coast.
Yeah,
never seen snow like that.
You get those big flakes when the temperatures are a little warmer because all the little snowflakes are sticking together and they become one giant snowflake. So that's how that happens. Right now, we are seeing kind of a rain and snow mix. Real light stuff falling here in the downtown core. I want to go up to Everett, though, here. Check out this shot. This is out toward Payne Field up in Everett, and it is a snowy wonderland up there. They're dealing with a ton of that up in Everett, and if you get just south of Everett, I think the bullseye was really out there in the Linwood, Bothell, Kenmore, and Woodinville areas this morning. Here's what it's looking like right now. We are starting to see these showers dissipate a little bit. That band is not quite as intense and as widespread here in the Central Sound. Although, yes, we are still seeing some showers in the downtown core, stretching up into Shoreline, and then on the north end of the lake. So that's Linwood and Bothell and Kenmore and Woodinville and continuing on up into Mill Creek and Monroe. So you're dealing with that this morning. Everybody else, the South Sound, Pierce County, most of Thurston County as well, got nothing. And meanwhile, around the greater Seattle area, out on the east side, out towards Redmond, Renton, Bellevue, and Kirkland, oh, you got quite a bit. Up on the north end here, looking at very cool temperatures. Everybody's around freezing right now around the greater Seattle area. All right, we're going to get a break from the snow here after this morning. This will all dissipate on the back end of your morning commute, and then we're going to be looking at drier, sunnier conditions for the afternoon hours. So your evening commute should be just fine. Tonight through Friday, however, if we don't see evaporation, so if there's spots that where the moisture is still kind of hanging out, that's going to be a lot of spots, by the way. It is going to be very, very icy for your Friday morning commute. Temperatures will be back down into the mid-20s. That's going to give us kind of a hard freeze. I would assume there's going to be a lot of black ice tomorrow morning. All right, so mid to upper 30s today. Yeah, we're warming up back close to where we were the past couple of days. Morning snow showers, a drier afternoon for the Central Sound. You get down into areas like Kent and Maple Valley, and really you're not dealing with much of this snow. Down in Pierce County, we're going to be looking at low 40s, lots of sunshine. Central Washington, you're going to be looking at temps in the 20s with snow and ice over all of our mountain passes here today. Your 7-day forecast will get us back into the mid-30s the next 2 days. Icy tomorrow as a dry day. We've got to get through that icy morning commute, but then the afternoon looks nice and partly cloudy. Saturday, a rain and snow mix. Yes, that's for the morning hours. I think we could see a dusting of snow once again, and then we're back to spotty showers, but more dry than wet for Sunday and Monday before we really get cold in the overnight periods there. Late Monday night and late Tuesday night. So be prepared for that. All right, that's your weather. Let's check on traffic here with Adam Gerke.
All right, yeah, thanks, Brian. This morning, a look to what's happening here still to northbound from northbound I-5 to 520. That ramp is currently blocked because of water that has ponded at the bottom of that ramp into the tunnel. And that is certainly a concern we have this morning with all the snowfall that's come down and some of that turning to rain. You've had a lot of runoff. Well, you've got some storm drains that are clogged, and as a result, you've got water ponding, and that becomes a difficult situation. Also saw that on northbound I-5 closer in towards, southbound I-5 closer in towards the Mercer ramps, large puddle and ponded water because of clogged storm drains. That's the kind of thing we wrestle with on a morning like this morning. That snowfall does continue. Some of it's shifting over to rain a bit, but also icier conditions around the Sound. And while we've seen volumes moving slower on 405 and I-5, at this stage of the game, we're still needing to budget in that extra time. So longer drive times to get from A to B. Slower speeds need that, and also longer following distances between you and the car ahead of you. If you take care of those three things, your chances of getting to your destination go up exponentially. That said, still getting out of your own municipalities, that's the bigger challenge I'm seeing right now with surface streets, secondary streets, and some of the smaller arterials having not yet been plowed. Plow crews are out doing a lot of work around the Sound, but they're not hitting all of the roads quite yet. So that's one of the big things we're waiting on. Plus, I've seen a number of branches getting loaded with snow, starting to look a little weak. We may have some downed trees and branches as the morning continues. John and Bill, back over to you.
President Trump's radical Middle East peace plan is already facing a wall of resistance. We'll tell you how leaders in the region are reacting. And hey, don't forget, we're just a few days away from the big game, and you can watch Super Bowl 59 right here on Fox 13, live from New Orleans this Sunday, February 9th. A Michigan man will spend up to 20 years in federal prison for grooming and kidnapping a 14-year-old girl from Mount Vernon. Police in Michigan found the girl in Keith Frerickson's house last January. She had been there for at least 30 days. Frerickson extradited here to Washington for his trial. He's already a convicted sex offender and will have to register again once he's out of prison.
The principal for West Seattle's Chief Sealth High School is on forced leave after Seattle police arrested him last weekend. In a letter to parents, the district said that Seattle police took Ray Garcia Morales into custody for DUI and reckless endangerment early Sunday morning. According to a Seattle police report, Garcia Morales said, "Do you want to die?" before grabbing the steering wheel of a car that he was the passenger in and then flipping the vehicle. Police said the driver fled out of fear, but officers tracked her down. The victim told police that Garcia Morales had been drinking at a party and then began threatening her before the crash. Police said the victim is refusing to go forward with the case. No charges are filed for now, but the assistant principal at Chief Sealth is taking over for now.
President Trump doubling down on his plans to take over Gaza. In a post on Truth Social, he wrote Israel would turn over the Gaza Strip to the U.S. after the war is over, but he said no U.S. soldiers would be needed in the area. As for the Palestinians, Trump wants them to resettle somewhere else. Now, the idea quickly rejected by Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt. That sentiment echoed on the ground inside Gaza, where Palestinian civilians speaking out about a potential forceful displacement of their people.
Trump's remarks are illogical. We have lived through a war for a year and 4 months, and then he comes and says we should leave our land. This is our land and the land of our ancestors.
The new post-war outlook for Gaza comes amid the backdrop of plans to curb Iranian support of its proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Iranian officials appear open to talks with the Trump administration. Also comes after Trump's executive order aimed at preventing the Islamic Republic from having a path to a nuclear weapon. United Airlines says it will restart service from New York and New Jersey to Tel Aviv on March 15th. The airline also plans to add a second daily flight starting March 29th. The airline made the announcement on Tuesday, the same day President Trump met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. United Airlines previously suspended all direct flights following the October 7th Hamas attacks against Israel.
From Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
Right now on Good Day Seattle, another weather alert day. We are tracking a snowy start. We're seeing the snow falling around the region, the heaviest in the Seattle and the North Sound. We are tracking conditions all morning long for you.
And we're tracking conditions, of course, all morning long with our team coverage. Aviation is in North Seattle, tracking those conditions. Adam Gerke is watching the roads and issues you might run into when you get out for your commute this morning. But Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan has the latest on how much snow we can expect. But first, we want to get to Sean Chitness, who is in Bothell. He's getting a look at those conditions right now. Sean, good morning.
Hey, Aaron, good morning. So we have been seeing snowfall quite consistently for all of the morning. Right now, it is probably the closest thing to a snow rain mix we have seen on this day. But here on the intersection of Bothell Way and Main Street, it's a great example of the differences we're seeing in the roads. Bothell Way looking pretty good. It has been plowed regularly, but because there is so much snow on the ground, you can see the impact on the side streets there. If you look over at Main Street, there's just so much snow on the ground, a few inches easily, even on the sidewalks here, it is completely covered. And then if we keep going over there, one more way to appreciate just how much snow is on the ground. Look at all of those cars covered with snow. The trees looking beautiful because there is so much snow, but it is an ugly commute for folks who are going to be on streets, even like Bothell Way, Lake City Way, which we took up to get here. And there was a decent layer of ice and the need to be extra careful. It's something we've been saying all morning long. We know there have been reports of power outages, so I just want to point out where we are here in downtown Bothell. We can see that people do still have their power on, and we've been checking in with what has been shared by King County Roads as well as Snohomish County Public Works, and they are just reiterating that their crews are out there doing the best that they can and to give that extra space to those plows so that they can continue to work on what they're doing. All right, let's hear more about how the forecast is looking and where things are headed by checking in with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Hey, Brian.
It looks pretty good compared to what it looked like even earlier this morning up there, Sean. So good news. This is Westlake Lake Avenue, right in front of our building in South Lake Union. And yes, the snow is still coming down. It's kind of a rain and snow mix, and it's a lot lighter than it was earlier on, but it's still coming down. Right now, here's what we're looking at on radar. I notice if you've been with us for, let's say the past few hours, you've noticed that things have dissipated on our radar a bit, but still snow coming down in Lake Stevens, up near Bothell, where Sean is right now. Kenmore, Woodinville, Linwood, Shoreline, all seeing snow. And then north of Seattle, up towards the Northgate area in Greenwood, we continue to see some snowfall, and we're also getting some over the Kitsap Peninsula as well. Real light stuff there, though. Temperatures are in the low 30s to mid 30s down in the South Sound. You guys got nothing last night, but all the snow is right around here, right around Lake Washington and north up into Everett, where temps are still hovering right around freezing. It's very chilly up in the North Sound. You folks didn't get much either. Western Whatcom County still very, very chilly. 38 will be our high today. Expected drier, sunnier afternoon. Adam, we will get some melting today, but I worry about the stuff that doesn't evaporate because that's going to freeze overnight tonight.
Not a good look for us tomorrow morning in the early hours. And right now with that, some of that thawing right now, or some of it melting right now, problems like what we're finding on 520. Northbound I-5 to 520, that ramp currently blocked because of ponded water at the bottom of that ramp as you start moving through the tunnel. I've also seen similar situations on southbound I-5 nearing in towards Mercer, where storm drains have been clogged with snow and ice, and now you've got ponded water also along I-5. So that's going to be one of the things we have to contend with this morning. We've seen around the rest of the Puget Sound with that snowfall that's kind of hit really in through central Puget Sound and moving north and towards Snohomish County. That's going to be a concern for us. Overall, municipalities in the surrounding area as well concerning for you. While plows maybe haven't gotten out onto the roads and some of the cities and streets on the secondary streets or the arterial streets, we really break it down to just a few things you need to do. Slow it down. You got to budget in the extra time, and you got to increase your following distance. Now, we sent Abby Akone out into North Seattle to really kind of investigate further. A meteorologist getting firsthand observations. Abby, what are you seeing?
Yeah. Hey, we're living for it. It's kind of like spittle snow right now. Earlier, big, fat, chunky snowflakes, but it's just lightly falling. All right, we are in the View Ridge neighborhood, everybody. So this is on a hill just west of Magnuson Park, setting the scene for you a little bit. We pulled over to the side streets, which definitely haven't been plowed. And it's honestly kind of difficult at times to tell the difference between the sidewalk and the actual street. And the accumulation is impressive here. All right, so we're on the sidewalks. Look at the stompability of the snow. I'm busting out my ugly snow boots for you, everyone. You know it's real when that's going down. This is really wet and heavy, dense snow. It's not like the dry, gritty snow that we had in Whatcom County on Monday. The trees are totally coated in this. There was actually a down tree kind of in this area earlier. There's going to be so much melting and thawing that happens later on today. I mean, and these streets definitely haven't been plowed. I would say at least 3 to 4 inches here. It makes for a really beautiful picture looking back over the trees. Not a lot of traffic this morning, not many people out and about. Couple quick reminders for everybody. Seattle Public Schools, not quite a snow day. They're closed for in-person instruction, but kiddos still have to do remote learning today during their regular business hours, or regular school hours, rather. We also checked in with Seattle Public Utilities. Today, they will not be collecting recycling, compost, or trash, so that's something to keep in mind. If you are a bus rider, King County Metro, we're talking about snow routes. They do have some trip cancellations, and they're alerting riders to that via text and email. All right, another update in 30 minutes. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, stay warm. Thank you, Abby. Well, happening now, Puget Sound Energy is reporting more than 23,000 customers are out of power on this snowy morning. The majority of them are in Redmond, Woodinville, Bothell, in that area. In Redmond, there are more than 8,000 customers without power alone. Seattle City Light is also reporting just over 500 customers without power, and Snohomish PUD is reporting over 3,000 outages.
We're tracking delays and cancellations at SeaTac Airport, and so far this morning, 36 flights delayed and another 16 are canceled. Heavy snow in Everett has officials at Painfield encouraging travelers to use caution and also double check their flight status. We'll continue to monitor things there throughout the morning and bring you the latest. Taking a look at snow around the Sound. This is the scene at Soto near the stadiums. Just a little while ago this morning, you see the big rubber ducky for the Seattle Boat Show, and you see some slushy snow on the ground around the stadiums this morning. And that is kind of the scene in Seattle proper this morning. We did did get a pretty decent dump this morning, Brian.
We sure did. Do you think, do the ducks like snow, or do they hide from the snow? I bet the ducks like the snow.
They're in the elements anyway, so they make the best of it.
They do. They all huddle up together. Here's a look at our Arlington camera right now up there at the Arlington Airport. Not as much snow as they had yesterday because most of the action was actually south of Arlington, down into Everett and Linwood, and especially up there right along the King County, Snohomish County line. This was not a convergence zone situation, but more of a band of showers that just kind of hung out right over the Central Sound. Oh yeah, look at Paynefield. Lots of snow up there in Everett. We're going to continue to see a little bit more of that before things finally taper off. But over the past 3 hours, you can really see things are dissipating, as the models have suggested. This low pressure system is finally moving its way onshore. You can actually see the center of low pressure right there spinning counterclockwise. So that's going to move its way onshore. Things will dry out as that happens. And as we get into tomorrow, things will be much drier. But right now, still snow falling from about, the Linwood and Mount Lake Terrace areas along I-5, stretching up along US 2 out toward Monroe and continuing on up north into Lake Stevens. We're also seeing some light snow just north of Seattle up towards Ravenna and the U District. All right, current temperatures right now are in the low to mid 30s. Most spots, the snow is still falling, is still hovering right around freezing, so we're still dealing with that. But as we get into the later part of our morning commute, that'll wrap up. We're going to be looking at some sunshine the second half of the day. That'll promote melting. That'll help get our roads in even better shape. But here's the problem. What does not evaporate will freeze tonight because we're going to have clear skies. And you know what happens when we have a clear night. We really start to see those temperatures drop. And during the wintertime, we could see a deep freeze here this evening with these clear skies down into the low to mid 20s in a lot of locations. So with the thawing and sunshine this afternoon, whatever doesn't evaporate will freeze over for your Friday morning commute. It is definitely something to note. We're going to have a very different commute tomorrow, where we're going to be more focused on ice. Saturday, we have another chance of some snow in the morning. We'll talk more about that coming up. Let's send it on over to Adam. He's got a check on traffic this morning. What are we looking at now, Adam?
Yeah, so at this point, Brian, we're seeing new stresses on 405 as drivers try and move their way out of the north. At this stage, this is going to be for drivers southbound I-5 just past about 522 or so, and that's going to continue to be one of the things we see, spin out collisions. Folks who are probably traveling too fast for conditions, and now they've kind of wound up spun off onto the side. State Patrol and the DOT at the scene of this right now. It could result in a ticket for somebody. Meanwhile, we've also seen, in addition to this situation, troubles on southbound I-5 exiting to 520. Can't do that right now because of water that has now ponded up on that off-ramp. That's the kind of thing we're seeing, is storm drains being challenged by the snow and the ice and some of the runoff that's already begun from where snow has shifted to rain a bit, or it's just turned to slush. So now we've got that ramp blocked. The collision on southbound 405. Volumes overall lighter, but speeds slower. So we got to keep our speeds in check, budget in the extra time for your drive, and then realize you have to increase your following distance. Just in general, you do those three things, and I think you will have conquered the morning, and you will most likely get to your destination, or you've increased the possibility of getting there. Snowfall continues to be a concern around the Puget Sound in a lot of municipalities as well, where secondary streets and the arterials haven't necessarily been plowed yet. Making the effort, but that's going to be one of your bigger challenges, getting out of your own neighborhood yet, and then to the major highways and byways. I think that is still one of the trickier spots for a lot of folks to try and navigate. Our mountain passes are pretty simple to watch right now. Stevens and Snoqualmie Pass coming in with traction tires advised. White Pass and the Mount Baker Highway 542 with traction tires required and chains on the big rigs. Aaron and Bill, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Adam. Bottom line, just take it easy out there on the roads. Another news, a car catches fire on the highway. Coming up, new video of an explosion as firefighters work to put out the flames.
Carly Henderson here in Queen Anne, telling you what you can expect as it's kind of lightly coming down here if you are heading into the city. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Scary moments along 405 this morning when a car caught fire. This is at 167, the interchange there in Renton. You can see the smoke billowing up. At one point, there was even an explosion as crews put out the flames, and no word on what caused it or if anyone was hurt. We'll get you the very latest just as soon as we find out. All right, we are going to take a look at what's happening outside with weather right now. We are seeing that situation out there along Westlake Avenue in front of Fox 13, and it's looking okay on the side, on the main street there.
So coming into work here early this morning, this was not okay, and now it's much better. Obviously, you know, as more cars kind of just chew up that snow, and now we're just looking at slush here on the side of the road. So that's good, and we're seeing a lot of roads that are very similar to that. Okay, up where Sean is, you know, you have the plows go through. You got more cars. It helps things. 33 degrees is your temperature, but don't get too comfortable, okay? Because there are still a lot of slick spots out there, and still some areas where you're going to have that slush that can be even worse than, you know, drier snow. So be careful. Up at Payne Field, we're looking at quite a bit of snow. They're trying to get that runway all cleared up so we can get some planes in and out of there. And let's talk about what's going to happen here over the next few hours, because right now on our radar, we are seeing those showers kind of dissipate up here in Snohomish County and North King County. There's still a few areas where we are continuing to see that moisture, and that's mainly north of Seattle now at this point, and over on the east side out towards Kirkland and Bellevue. The darker the blue, the heavier the showers. So right now up towards Shoreline, Mount Lake Terrace, and then continuing on up into Linwood, we're seeing some of those heavier showers. Silverdale, Bremerton, and then heading up toward Monroe. You're dealing with showers, but it's not as widespread as it was. That's good news. Temperatures right now are in the low 30s, so close to freezing down in the south side. South side, you got basically nothing last night in the way of snow. But around Lake Washington, this was kind of the bullseye for things, especially on the north end, north half of Lake Washington, I would say. So Bothell, Kenmore, Edmonds, Linwood, Seattle, stretching on up into Shoreline. Those were the spots that got hit the hardest. Heading up to the north end, still very chilly out in Blaine and Bellingham with temperatures in the 20s up that direction. All right, we're going to get a break from the snow today. After this band kind of dissipates, we're going to be looking dry for the rest of the day and sunny. And with that, we're going to see some thawing. And with that, dry afternoon. Now, once that sun goes down, temperatures are going to plummet fast. We're going to have clear skies tonight. That's going to allow temps to drop down to the coldest they've been all season. I have a low of 24 degrees tonight for Seattle, and that means some of those outlying areas are going to be even colder. So a deep freeze tonight, and with that, roads are going to unfortunately ice over probably for your Friday morning commute. And then next thing I'm going to be watching is a chance for some light snow on Saturday morning. So here's your 7-day forecast. It's just one thing after another, isn't it? We're going to stay chilly, too. I don't see us getting back into the 40s here for the next 7 days. We should dry out, though, early next week. And if you're looking for a warm-up, late next week looks to be our best bet. All right, that's your weather. Adam, I bet a lot of people are ready for spring now.
I think they're ready, and unfortunately, you know, one of the things that comes with spring is when we've got all that rain, April showers, right? Brings May flowers. Right now, we've got too much water for drivers on north or southbound 5 to 520. Ponded water, as a matter of fact, where storm drains have clogged up. Similar situation a little further down the pike on southbound I-5 nearing Mercer, a large puddle gathering in the right lane. This, one of the things we're having to contend with right now. So that ramp from South 5 to 520, in fact, blocked off because of the standing water. So that's the kind of thing we're wrestling with right now. Also have heard of a number of power outages in and around the Puget Sound because we've had some pretty heavy branches that have now probably broken and trees that have come down in some of this snowfall, especially as it gets wet and heavier yet. So that's a problem for us as well. And municipalities right now, the smaller municipalities, I mean, some of the larger ones, with their plows out working overtime, trying to get those roads cleared out, getting out of your own neighborhood, one of the bigger challenges that we're wrestling with this morning. So secondary streets, arterials in the process of being cleared out, but probably not yet entirely. Whereas I-5 and 405, the volumes are slower, but the volumes are less, but the speeds are slower. Folks are driving appropriately for the most part, but we want to increase those following distances. You want to budget in that extra time to get from point A to point B, and you want to keep your speeds slower. You do those three things, and you've already done yourself your head and shoulders above the competition right now. You'll increase your chances of getting to where you're trying to head to. So those are the big things we're watching out for. But right now, slow it down, stretch it out, and budget in that time. Guys, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Adam. Coming up, we're tracking power outages and school closures on this weather alert day, where the worst hit spots are. We'll have that. And tonight, don't forget, catch Hell's Kitchen. That's at 9 o'clock. And then it's the 2025 NFL Honors. That's all right here on Fox 13.
Google says it is ending its hiring targets that were put in place to strengthen diversity among its staff. It's a stark turnaround from 2020 when Google said it wants to increase its, quote, leadership representation of underrepresented groups. In an email to employees, the company says it's evaluating changes to the DEI programs. Well, the company says it will no longer have those goals. They say they will expand to invest and expand offices with diverse workforces.
Well, a recall for vegan chocolate bars is set to the highest risk level due to undeclared allergens. We're talking about the recalls of Nugo Dark Chocolate Chip and Nugo Dark Pretzel. The products were recalled because they may contain milk, which is not labeled on that packaging. According to the FDA, the products could cause serious health risks or even death. The recalled chocolates were sold at places like Amazon and Costco.
It's time for the Toyota Good Day Mega Poll.
Oh, here we go again, folks. Another round of winter weather here on this Thursday. We want to see your photos and videos, and the best way to do that is going to be to send them right through here. This is how you get them on the air, okay? Go to fox13seattle.com/poll. You can upload your photos. You can upload your videos. Easy as that. You can also use the QR code at the top right of your screen. Let's take a peek at some of your videos and photos. Daniel in Lacey says Lacey got skipped on the snow. Boo. I'm sorry, Daniel. No fun for you down there in Thurston County.
Yeah, so this is pretty much a central sound event, right? You get up past Everett, and they didn't see a lot of snow.
Yeah, not much north of Everett. And, I mean, really, this was from about SeaTac north up to Everett was kind of the sweet spot. Kathy in Mill Creek, still snowing out there in Mill Creek.
Pretty.
We got about 3 or 4 inches up in the Mill Creek area. Same with Bothell, same with Kenmore. And, yeah, it was impressive. Teo, Edmonds, Linwood, that was really the bullseye for this thing. Let's take a look at our next one here. This is from Scott in Monroe. How about that?
Model A.
Ooh, look at that car. That's
a beaut. Does it have snow tires on it?
Yeah, get some chains on that thing, take it around town, right?
I don't know if I trust the other people, though.
I know, exactly. Lacey and Bryn in the snow yesterday. Probably got 4 more inches of snow since yesterday. Kitsap Peninsula did get some, so they were a part of the fun here late last night and into early this morning. I think a lot of people, decided, you know what, I'm not going to go out on the roads today. Let's go have fun in the snow. Yeah, get those kids that are, out of school today, get them outside, make them build a snowman, and then upload that picture for us, will you? This snowman had a rough start. It says Jeremy and Freeland took this.
Well, I think the problem is the foundation.
Right, got a big crack there at the bottom, and you know what?
That can be repaired, though.
It can. Andrea in Des Moines. How about this? Loving the snow down in that direction. Thanks for sending that in. We want to see more. Bring them on. I want to see your photos, your videos. You can upload them at fox13seattle.com/poll.
Coming up, 2 planes collide at SeaTac Airport. A closer look at the damage and impact on passengers.
And tracking where the snow is hitting our area hardest and how it could impact your commute this morning. We're right back after this. Right now on Good Day Seattle, we are tracking the impacts of snow that has fallen overnight across the region on this weather alert day, where drivers are seeing the toughest challenges this morning.
Well, it looks like Abby is out in the snow, and we'll catch up with her microphone later. Sure, pretty shot. Well, meantime, 2 planes collide at SeaTac Airport, sparking more concerns about safety. The response from the airlines. Good Day Seattle starts right now.
Live from Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
7:30 on your Thursday here. It is a weather alert day. Good morning. I'm Erin Mayovsky.
I'm Bill Wixie, and we have school closures and delays once again this morning because of the winter weather. And you can see the closures and delays scrolling at the bottom of your screen there. We have team coverage for you this morning as well. Sean Chitness in Bothell getting a look at the conditions there. Abby Coney in North Seattle. Adam Gerke tracking road conditions and issues you might run into. And we want to check in with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan with a live look outside.
Let's do it. You know, when a lot of us got going into work here early this morning, around 3:30 in the morning, it was a rough go. It was dumping snow. That band of snow that kind of just dumped over the area has lightened up considerably. And right now we're at 33 degrees. This is out in front of our studios. You can see traffic moving along just fine now at this point. It's kind of broken up all that compact snow into slush. And now we're just looking at a few light snow showers. This will continue to dissipate as we move forward through the morning commute. But we're still seeing snow between Linwood and Bothell, stretching out into Woodinville, down toward Kenmore. Redmond also seeing some snow. And then you get out over the Kitsap Peninsula. We continue to see snow out towards areas like Bremerton, Port Orchard, and even down south towards Grapeview. We're going to continue to see cool temperatures again today. They'll top out back into the upper 30s as we bring back sunshine this afternoon. Still very cold, though, and that could mean some icy spots for us. Up to the north, this is where we get into that more real ice out toward Bellingham and Blaine, where they had considerable snow earlier on this week. 38 will be your high today. When this morning snow is done, we're looking at a drier, sunnier afternoon. But then we have a new problem, a very, very chilly night, our coldest night of the year so far likely, and we're going to be looking at a freeze tonight that could make for a very icy morning commute. I want to send it on over to Adam. Adam, I got to hand it to you. You were right. You said this morning it's not just going to be the roads, but it's going to be the weight of the snow on these trees that's going to cause some issues as well.
Yeah, and we've seen a number of power outages right now to the east side starting to take hold. So PSE crews working diligently to get that power returned. And that's going to mean some dark traffic signals as well for drivers moving in through Kirkland, Kenmore. I've seen the power outages also stretch out in towards the Redmond area. So you've got issues right now starting to develop. Plus, the snowfall does continue in the Alderwood-Linwood area. You can see visibility becomes somewhat of a question. The roadways mainly bare and wet, a little bit of slush factor to them. But the other big concern I have right now is the snow and ice on secondary and arterial roads in a lot of the municipalities in and around the Puget Sound. Makes things particularly challenging as you get out the door and onto the major highways and byways. But even then, South 5 to 520, that ramp is currently closed because of some of the snow melt that's now clogged the storm drains, and that off-ramp is now flooded. Also, hearing of difficulties right now on 16 headed eastbound, getting in towards Tremont. Sounds like a collision with a tanker truck has got the roadway eastbound 16 near Tremont blocked at this point. So we do have a number of issues of proportion starting to mount for the morning, even as the sun's coming up. But looking to North Seattle, we sent Abby Coney out into the elements and said, Abby, do your worst. What are you finding?
Hey, we're finding about 3 to 4 inches of snow accumulating here in the View Ridge neighborhood of North Seattle. This is kind of the widespread situation on the north end. We've had some people running. Got a cross-country skier out here walking the dog. Isn't that amazing? That's the way to go, people. That's the way to roll this morning. You know what? These neighborhood roads haven't been plowed, at least in this particular stretch. Main thoroughfares are better. It's the side streets that are tough. And I absolutely see why there have been some issues with the wet, heavy snow. It makes for a beautiful scene, but we got to think about that. That could be a risk. Hey, I reached out to SDOT, and they just got back to me. So this is what they said. While their designated snowplow routes are currently clear, they say there are also many streets that are too steep or too narrow to plow safely. And so they do say that there's a possibility that streets on hills may be closed for public safety. And just as a heads up, when we were driving around North Seattle, we saw some road closed signs that were pretty much covered in snow. So if you see that little pop-up there, safe to assume that in some of these areas with the hills it's closed. They just urge the public to be careful, don't drive if you don't have to, and if you do need to travel, please take it slow and be very cautious. Seattle Public Utilities saying that they are not picking up residential recycling, compost, or trash. And then a big heads up for kids here in the Seattle School District. There is no in-person instruction, but remote learning. That is happening today during regular school hours, so something to keep in mind. Families need to make sure the kids are set up and got the tech for that. Hey, we want to send things over to Sean Chitness over in Bothell, tracking the latest. How's it looking out there, Sean?
Hey, Abby, well, we are noticing that difference in the snow as it is coming down mainly as showers right now, but still so much snow on the ground here. We're right next to the UW Bothell campus. First, I want to show you what's on the ground here. So much snow, I couldn't tell at first that these were even rocks next to the sidewalk. Also, look at this sign, so much snow that has built up over there. And so we are right now along Beardsley Boulevard right before it becomes 195th, and we're right next to 405. Here you can see an example of a road that has been cleared, looking decent. Still, though, one that could give drivers some challenges. And we just want to emphasize, as we've all been talking about this morning, if I walk over here to see the difference that happens when you go from a main road to a side street. Now, this is a neighborhood or a parking lot, but still, you notice the difference, how much snow has built up on the side here. And it's really that transition as drivers will come off of Beardsley and try to get into this parking lot where they might be thrown off a little bit. And that's going to be an issue, I think, throughout where we are here in Bothell and the surrounding communities as folks like this driver try to come off and deal with that snow, so much of it on the ground and potentially ice there. We certainly felt that as we were driving around Bothell and coming up from Seattle this morning. So we're going to remain here, continue to monitor the conditions, and keep you posted on what we're seeing. Guys, back to you.
Well, happening right now, Puget Sound Energy reporting over 18,000 customers out of power on this snowy morning. The majority in Redmond and also in Woodinville and Bothell. In Redmond, more than 8,000 customers without power alone. And Seattle City Light reporting a little more than 500 customers without power. Snohomish PUD reporting over 3,200 outages.
All right, let's take a look outside and see what's going on. Check this out. How fun. Got a little slow-mo going here to look at Doug and Deb playing in the snow, and this is sent in to us from Marty. So we know the dogs always like to have some fun. It's pretty cool. They're just enjoying it out there, a little cold. And this is what it looked like in Bothell last night. Big, fluffy flakes coming down. A lot of us saw that. And it was off and on last night, and then everyone went to sleep, and we woke up with it dumping again this morning, Brian.
Those big flakes are when it's warmer outside, and the snowflakes all stick together. So that's why you get those what appear to be gigantic flakes, but they're actually just a bunch of little snowflakes.
They're just like snowflake friends.
They're snowflake friends hanging out together as they drop to the ground. So that is what happened last night, and then it just kept on going all night long. And if you were traveling around early this morning, it was tough. Let me go back to that. Doesn't Arlington just look cold? I mean, that just looks cold. Out towards Payne Field, still dealing with snow. They've done a good job clearing the runway here as they gear up for another day of flights. But yeah, it's cold, it's snowy, and it's mainly in King County and Snohomish County. The Central Sound got hit the most. Kitsap Peninsula, too. So you folks got hit the hardest. Down in Pierce and Thurston County, you were left out, especially as you work your way toward Olympia. Still seeing some snow up toward the Bothell and Kenmore areas, along with Linwood, heading up a little farther north, up into Mill Creek, and then Lake Stevens catching some snow as well. We're also seeing some snow in the Totem Lake area, Redmond, parts of Kirkland, and then as you work your way out toward Silverdale and Belfair, you're running into some light snow showers this morning too. These are all going to just kind of wrap up over the next couple of hours, and then we're going to be looking dry and bringing back that sunshine this afternoon. 32 up in Arlington, 30 in Bremerton. We're at 29 in Olympia. All right, what's going to happen here the rest of the day is we're going to see these showers dissipate. A low pressure system will finally be moving its way onshore coming up here over the next 24 hours. And as it does that, we're drying out. We're bringing back sunshine. Here's the problem. we're going to clear out tonight. And with that, anything that doesn't evaporate, any moisture on the roadways, is going to ice over because we're going to be clear tonight. That heat escapes up into space and makes things even cooler down here toward the surface. And so we're going to see temps in the mid-20s overnight around Seattle. That means outlying areas. I'm talking to you, Auburn, and let's see, Issaquah, and areas that, as you get away from the city, are going to be even colder than that. I would not be surprised if we see some spots in the low 20s tomorrow, so to start the day. So with that, expect a freeze and frozen roads in the morning. Central Sound is going to be looking at snow through most of the morning commute, at least light snow, and will be drier with thawing sunshine this afternoon. And to recap, tomorrow morning's commute could be very icy, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get some delays with schools yet again. We'll see how things pan out. But in the lowlands today, 38 degrees. Foothills will be a slightly warmer. Central Washington, you're mostly sunny today with highs in the upper 20s. Going to be a real chilly day out that direction. Tomorrow's dry and partly cloudy after a cold morning, and then Saturday brings our next chance for a little bit of dusting of snow in the morning hours. All right, let's send it to Adam. He's got a check on traffic. Adam.
Hey, thanks, Brian. This morning, looking to what we see for drivers right now up and down I-5, right and through Shoreline, 145th. Barren wet pavement. That's fantastic. This is what we want to see. Getting to I-5 or getting to 405, where there's still some slush and some kind of residual schmutz on the roads. That's the bigger concern I have right now. As the sun has come up, a lot of folks have decided to stay home, but now thinking about venturing out onto these roads because, hey, you know, the traffic guy says they don't look that bad. They're still wet. They're still slick. They're still one of those things you still have to budget in extra time. You're going to want to drive slower, and you're going to want to increase those following distances. And also bear in mind, we're seeing things now, new hazards on the road, like southbound I-5 to 520. That ramp currently blocked because of water. The runoff has flooded some of the storm drains, and that's giving us a problem, as well as the fact that we've seen a number of trees and branches carrying this heavy, wet snow. Branches have broken, and now we have down power lines in and around the Puget Sound, and mainly to the east side right now. But that's causing some dark traffic signals that we have to be mindful of, too. So that's a new threat to be watching for. So you've got to watch out for that. And in your own municipality, secondary streets and some of the arterials still haven't been plowed yet. So we're still dealing with slick and icy conditions in your own neighborhood. That's the kind of stuff we're dealing with. Again, giving yourself that extra time, slowing it down, increasing the following distances, that increases your chance of making it to where you need to get on time. The other spot I want to watch for real quick is going to be for drivers headed towards the peninsula or getting back on East 16 right near Tremont. Big collision here involving a tanker. That apparently has the eastbound lanes of 16 currently blocked. Aaron and Bill, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Adam. Take it easy out there. Well, 2 planes collide at SeaTac Airport, sparking more concerns about safety. The response from the airlines.
And this week, Fox 13 giving you a chance to win 4 tickets to a night under the big top for Kuza, Cirque du Soleil's electrifying acrobatic experience at Merriamore Park. Tickets include a meet and greet with the artists after the show. Keep watching Fox 13 News at 10 and wait for the code word to be revealed and then enter on our website, fox13seattle.com/contest for your chance to win. Kent police are searching for a missing woman. This is 22-year-old Mary Marathi. She hasn't been seen since January 13th when she left her home near 272nd Street. Her parents say that she left without her keys and her phone is going straight to voicemail. If you've seen her, if you know where she is, call 911. A look at the damage caused by an Air Japan plane that clipped a Delta jet at SeaTac Airport, startling passengers and inviting questions as to how this happened. Port of Seattle officials say the Japan Airlines plane was taxiing when it hit the parked Delta plane. Officials investigating the theory that weather conditions played a part in the accident. The FAA temporarily paused some flights at the airport due to the incident, causing more than 170 delays or cancellations, and this left a lot of passengers scrambling for a new flight, but safety was the first priority.
When they allowed the fire department, 5 people come in, and they were going from chair to chair checking on the passengers. Everybody was, okay, giving thumbs up.
Delta says all 142 customers, pilots, and flight crew were okay. We also reached out to Japan Airlines for a statement. They said, in part, quote, there were no injuries reported to the customers or crew on board, and we sincerely apologize to all involved for the inconvenience. The cause and circumstances are under investigation. Right now, digging deeper into near misses at SeaTac Airport, we wanted to know how often does something like this happen? Well, according to data from the FAA, there have been at least 30 runway issues at SeaTac since January of 2019. That includes 2 near misses just a few days apart last year. On September 10th, a Boeing 737 had to abort its landing after an Airbus crossed over the runway on a taxiway while the 737 was trying to land. On September 13th, 3 days later, the FAA reported an air traffic control didn't provide runway separation between a Boeing 777 and another Boeing jet. In each case, the planes did not bump into each other, but another close call. All right, 7:47, and we're seeing a lot of close calls on the road this morning, Adam.
Yeah, breakdowns as well. Like, for instance, this truck here, this rig that is broken down on southbound I-5 moving in through Shoreline right about now. But noticing folks moving at a reasonable speed, not seeing a lot of folks moving at, no, that's just bombing down I-5. That would be the wrong move to do on a day like today. Southbound I-5 does look to be wet and a little slushy, though, as we still continue. The snowfall, rain and snow mix does continue as well, and that is certainly one of the things we're worried about. I've got a short list of things I'm worried about. 1, snow and ice. That's top of the list, obviously. Traveling through this, we've got to increase our following distance. Don't like what these folks are doing right here. A little too close. Too close. Back it off, man. So increase that following distance, slow your speed down, budget in the extra time. Those 3 things helping a lot. Meanwhile, the next thing I'm concerned with, standing water, ponding water from the snow that's melting and running off. It's clogged the storm drains on the ramp South 5 to East 520 right now. That ramp currently blocked because of a massive puddle down in that tunnel. The other big thing I'm watching for right now, branches that have gotten weighed down by snow and ice. I saw a bunch this morning on my drive in and I went, ooh, that's not going to be good in about another hour. And sure enough, we've got power outages all over the east side resulting from stuff like that. We've also seen problems in Seattle where trees have come down as well. So that a concern, treating dark intersections as 4-way stops. The other thing I'm seeing, again, are folks traveling too fast for conditions and winding up in a situation like what's happening here East 16 at Tremont, where a vehicle's got entangled with a tanker truck. And now all eastbound lanes of 16 are blocked getting through Port Orchard and trying to move in towards Tremont. So that's the kind of mess that we're dealing with this morning. Slow and low. That is the tempo. Brian, over to you.
Yeah. And, earlier on, I would say, we were saying double the amount of time it would take you to get to where you need to go. Why don't we just keep saying that here and just take your sweet time, and it's okay. You're going to get there. People will understand. All right, Lake Union camera right now. Hey, looking snowy still at this hour. Not as bad. You're seeing kind of a drizzle now at this point, or some flurries. 33 degrees is your temperature. Payne Field still looking very snowy. They have cleared the runway up there, though. We're going to continue to see some light snow showers for the next, I would say, couple of hours before things finally taper off. But right now, to the north, seeing heavier snow as you work your way out toward Woodinville and then north up into Bothell and Mill Creek. And this stretches all the way up towards the south end of Everett as well. We're also seeing some lighter snow showers out towards Silverdale and Bremerton. Temperatures right now are still very chilly. I can tell you I was outside here during the 6 o'clock hour. It's very cold this morning. We're talking temps around freezing in Redmond. Oh, it just dropped to 30 in Redmond, so dropped a degree. You know, and when we have those temperatures that are in the upper 20s or even low 30s, we can get some icy roadways. So we got to be careful about that too. Up on the north end, Bellingham, Blaine, very, very chilly into the mid-20s. I think we could see mid-20s tomorrow morning. I'll get to that here in a second. Snow continues through the morning commute here for those of us in the Central Sound, and then afternoon sunshine, afternoon thawing. We're not going to get as much evaporation as we need. So what's going to happen because of that is we're going to have a very chilly night with clear skies tonight, and those roads are going to ice over, unfortunately. By the time we get into Friday afternoon, we're back to dry, partly sunny skies, and again, some thawing. But if you have to head out early, you have to get into work again Friday morning, make sure to check in with us first, because I think it's going to be a really icy start to the day. And then we have another chance for some light snow on Saturday. It's been quite a week, hasn't it? Mid to upper 30s up and down the I-5 corridor for highs today. And let's take a peek at our 7-day forecast, because a lot to talk about here. All right, we get into Friday. It is going to be a very chilly morning. Look at that low, 24. That means a lot of our outlying areas could be well below that, down into the low 20s, our first real chilly morning here of the season. We get into Saturday morning. We have a chance for a rain and snow mix at least, and perhaps some dusting and accumulation. We'll have a better idea on that tomorrow as we get closer. Spotty showers left over on Sunday and into Monday, and then we dry out for Tuesday and Wednesday. Bill?
Well, the principal of Chief Sealth High School put on leave the alarming allegations about his personal life coming up, and Western Washington takes center stage in the nation's immigration debate. What comes next for the president's executive order ending birthright citizenship? And just a few days away from the big game, you can watch Super Bowl 59 right here on Fox 13, live from New Orleans this Sunday.
Welcome back. A Michigan man will spend up to 20 years in federal prison for grooming and kidnapping a 14-year-old girl from Mount Vernon. Police in Michigan found the girl in Keith Freakerson's house last January. She had been there for at least 30 days. He was extradited here to Washington for his trial, and he is already a convicted sex offender and will have to register again once he's out of prison. Well, the principal for West Seattle's Chief Sealth High School is on forced leave after Seattle police arrested him last weekend. And in a letter to parents, the district said Seattle police took Ray Garcia Morales into custody for DUI and reckless endangerment early Sunday morning. According to Seattle police report, Garcia Morales said, "Do you want to die?" before grabbing the steering wheel of the car he was in and flipping the vehicle. Police said the driver fled out of fear, but officers tracked her down. The victim told police Garcia Morales had been drinking at a party and then began threatening her before the crash. Police say the victim is refusing to go forward with the case. No charges are filed for now. The assistant principal of Chief Sealth is going to take over at the school.
Today, the state of Washington, along with the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project, will be in court to present arguments in support of their challenge to President Donald Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. They'll be asking the judge to indefinitely extend the temporary restraining order that is stopping the government from moving forward with Trump's order. Trump signed the order on January 20th, and Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown filed suit just hours later. The hearing is scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. President Trump doubling down on his plans to take over Gaza. In a post on Truth Social, he wrote that Israel would turn over the Gaza Strip to the U.S. after the war is over. He said no U.S. soldiers would be needed in the area. As for the Palestinians, Trump wants them to resettle somewhere else. That idea quickly rejected by Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt. And that sentiment echoed on the ground inside Gaza, where Palestinian civilians spoke out about a potential forceful displacement of their people.
Trump's remarks are illogical. We have lived through a war for a year and 4 months, and then he comes and says we should leave our land. This is our land and the land of our ancestors.
The new post-war outlook for Gaza comes amid the backdrop of plans to curb Iranian support of its proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Iranian officials appear open to talks with the Trump administration, and it comes after Trump's executive order aimed at preventing the Islamic Republic from having a path to a nuclear weapon. United Airlines says it will restart service from New York and New Jersey to Tel Aviv on March 15th. The airline also plans to add a second daily flight starting March 29th. The airline made the announcement on Tuesday, the same day that President Trump met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. United previously suspended all direct flights following the October 7th Hamas attacks against Israel.
Live from Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
And right now on Good Day, it is another weather alert day. We're tracking another snowy start to the day. We're seeing snow falling around the region, the heaviest from Seattle up north. And stay up to date with school closures. We have those running at the ticker on the bottom of the screen.
And we are tracking conditions all over this morning with team coverage. Carly Henderson is in Magnolia. Abby Oconee is in North Seattle tracking those conditions there. And Adam Gerke is tracking the latest traffic trouble spots. But Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan, he has the latest on how much snow we can expect to see. But first, Sean Chitness is in Bothell getting a look at the conditions there this morning. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, Aaron, so the snow has returned. We thought we were getting a proper break. Not really. Snow coming down fast, flakes looking a little bit bigger. Want to show how much we're dealing with here just to give you one unofficial way of measuring it. That is definitely a few inches that they have here in Bothell. We're just north of the UW Bothell campus. Right over there is 405 as well. So let's look at this parking lot here just to show the contrast of what people are dealing with. Slushy, wet, gross, and there is some ice forming underneath here. But then over there, you can see one of the main streets there, Beardsley, that then becomes 195th and goes over 405. There it's looking pretty clear. They've been able to plow it, but it is that transition that folks are going to be dealing with in communities like Bothell, where you're going from plowed streets to non-plowed streets, similar to what we're seeing. We've been watching people do that, and that's easy to slide and slip. So one thing for folks to keep in mind, we've been looking at what we were getting from both King County and Snohomish County since we're right by the line. They're, of course, reiterating that they are working around the clock. They've got dozens of vehicles out, and they're asking for folks to keep that separation from the plows, allow them to do their job so they can make some progress and hopefully improve the situation as the day goes on. All right, so the snow is back. What's happening from here? Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan to find out what's happening. Hey, Brian.
How about that? The snow back in Bothell again. That's one of the hardest hit spots overnight. I wanted to head out to the Olympic Peninsula, which also saw some snow here over the past few days. It's still on the ground. The roads appear to be just fine as you work your way through Squim. But right now out that direction, 34 degrees is your temperature. It's beautiful. We're starting to see that sunshine appear. We're going to see a lot more of that coming up a little bit later on in the day. Now, here's what we're looking at. Still have a few scattered snow showers popping up, and the bulk of the action now out towards Bothell, where Sean is, and just north of Woodinville as you make your way towards Maltby and continuing on up north into Cathcart and Mill Creek, and then a little farther north as you work your way toward US 2 and the south end of Everett. Right now, the Seattle area is looking mainly dry. There are few flurries here and there, but the bulk of the action has moved on, and we're seeing some very light stuff falling over the Kitsap Peninsula. Temperatures have remained cool throughout the morning hours. We're still close to freezing in the South Sound and in the Central Sound. A couple spots have warmed up, like Seattle. That's great news. Everett's now at 34 as well. And then heading up farther north, we're into the mid-20s up toward Bellingham. Morning snow will wrap up, and then we're looking at a drier, sunnier afternoon. And then a very chilly night. I'll show you what that means for our Friday morning commute. Let's send it to Adam. He's been checking out the roads. Adam, I know there's some power outages and perhaps some stoplights that are out.
Yeah, precisely. Dark signals. That's one of the things we're starting to encounter around drivers on the east side having to worry about that by the sound of it from what we've seen with our PSE outage map. What we're seeing for drivers right now, still moving in through Shoreline, is that rain-snow mix coming down. The roadway kind of bare, wet, a little slushy. It's passable with care, but give yourself still that good following distance, budgeting that extra time, and just slowing your speeds down overall. Volumes this morning have been light, but we have seen speeds moving slower. Now, it looks like we're getting back to a close to posted speed, 60-mile-an-hour pace getting out of the north and moving into the usual tie-ups. Drivers have ventured out on northbound 405 right through the Renton Curve, starting to crowd, and into Seattle, crowding as well right around the Michigan Curve. We've seen the ramp south 5 to eastbound 520 be blocked because of ponding water and standing water. The runoff from some of this melted snow and slush now clogging storm drains. That's a concern. Plus, down trees and branches. We're seeing more and more of that on the east side. That's caused power outages, giving us the dark intersections that we have to watch out for. And still the municipalities that maybe haven't gotten plows out all around the region yet. Still watching for slick secondary streets and arterials. That's the kind of thing we're watching for. Plus also watching for folks running into this trouble. East 16, just outside of Port Orchard near Tremont. A car and a tanker tangled together. The roadway is blocked off. Eastbound 16 not getting through at this time. So that's another kind of messy situation we're dealing with. Looking through North Seattle, we sent Abby Oconee out into the field and said, Abby, drive around. Tell us what you can find with those firsthand observations as a meteorologist.
Yeah, hey Adam, good morning. By the way, you are crushing it. So we want to do a thing. We've been reporting in the Magnuson, Sandpoint, View Ridge neighborhood, but now we're making our way into the greater Lake City area or just south of it. So we want to do a comparison. We want to show you the main thoroughfares versus a side street. And let me just give you a preview of coming attractions. It is a night and day difference. All right, take a look at the roof cam. We are on Lake City Way Northeast right now. And you know what? For the most part, it's clear. Definitely slushy. It's slick. You know, take your turns with extra caution. We're now turning right here on Northeast 115th. Do you see that huge difference there? It is so snowy. Lots of compact snow and ice in the ground. We live in a very hilly city, and those could be very difficult. And this brings me to an update from SDOT. So they have said they're in 24-hour weather response mode since Saturday morning. They say crews have been working through the night, driving those snow plows before the first snowflake hit the ground. And then they just remind everybody that as hard as they work, you just can't be everywhere at once. So they also know that there are some streets that are too steep or too narrow to plow safely. And so they say there is a possibility that streets on hills may be closed for public safety. Also, King County Metro, they've shifted their buses to snow routes for today. They also say that there are some trip cancellations, and they'll also notify riders via text and email. We also see why there was that power outage earlier in the Lake Forest Park area. You know, Seattle City Light saying from wet, heavy snow on trees, that has been the type of snow that we've been seeing all morning long. It's so dense, it's incredibly wet. It is going to be so slushy and sloppy later today as we deal with the thaw, and then again refreezing tonight. Another update coming up in just a little bit, but for now I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Sound Energy is reporting over 18,000 customers are out of power on this snowy morning. The majority of them are in Redmond, Woodinville, Bothell, and that area. In Redmond, there are more than 8,000 customers without power alone. Seattle City Light is also reporting a little more than 500 customers without power, and Snohomish PUD is reporting over 3,200 outages.
We're also tracking delays and cancellations at SeaTac Airport. So far this morning, 39 flights are delayed, another 16 canceled, and heavy snow in Everett has officials at Payne Field encouraging travelers to use extreme caution and double-check flight status. We'll continue to monitor things throughout the morning. We'll bring you the latest.
And as we look at the latest shots, here's some shots, snow shots from this morning from West Seattle, where it was really coming down earlier before anybody really getting out on the street. So, yeah, do take your time. And these pictures are from our own Maria Garcia in Bothell. She's out today enjoying some of those pretty pictures. And you can see off in the distance in her shot, she's got some sunlight peeking through. But, boy, it sure looks pretty, like a winter wonderland out there. And nice to be able to just kind of stay at home and enjoy it and not have to get out on the roads. So let's see what's going on with Brian in the forecast center.
Been taking a look at some of the snow totals. The biggest area right now, if you go east of Woodinville, one of the stations out there recorded 8 inches of snow here. In areas around Bothell, 3 to 4 inches of snow. But it wasn't terribly widespread, was it? If you went south of Seattle, south of SeaTac, you got nothing down in the South Sound. This was a Central Sound event that included the Kitsap Peninsula, the greater Seattle area, and then parts of South Snohomish County as well. Right now, what we're looking at is, well, things are wrapping up a bit. Up to the northwest part of the lake, we're looking at some heavier snowfall right now over Cathcart. This is going to move its way up into Monroe, but I mean, overall, we're looking much better here than we were just even an hour ago. The greater Seattle area, other than a few flurries, not seeing much. Out towards Silverdale and Bremerton and Belfair, still seeing a few light snow showers. These will continue to wrap up over the next hour, and we're going to be looking much drier and sunnier as we get into the afternoon. But it's cold. Low 30s out in Bremerton and Arlington and Oak Harbor. We're at 33 in Seattle and 36 in Renton. There's still going to be some icy spots, still going to be some slick spots. And as Adam has been talking about as well, we've seen areas where things have already started to melt, but that slush is covering up some of the storm drains. So now you have an issue with standing water as that snow melts. New problems to deal with. All right. As we get into the later morning and into the afternoon, clouds should dissipate. We're going to be looking at some sunshine for us second half of the day. That should aid in some of our evaporation. We want as much of this to evaporate as possible because whatever is left over on the roads, and there's going to be plenty of it, we are going to be looking at that freezing over. So expect some black ice here for your Friday morning commute. Let's recap here. So the bottom line is Central Sound. Snow will continue kind of on and off here through the morning commute. And then as we get into the afternoon, we bring back the sunshine. We start thawing out. Very cold night ahead, though. We're talking temps down into the mid-20s, widespread. We'll be in the low 20s in a lot of the outlying locations as well. Friday looks dry and partly cloudy. Saturday, we do bring back yet again another chance. I don't think that Saturday morning snow will be terribly widespread, but we could see a dusting in some spots. More on that as we get closer. In the meantime, let's get through today. Let's send it to Adam. He's got to check on the roads. Adam, a lot of schools have canceled or delayed, and oh no, new problems.
Yeah, and checking out what's happening right now for drivers. 520, this, I believe, is going to be in the eastbound direction. It looks like one vehicle spun out. You can kind of see the tracks and the ruts of the slush and the, I don't want to call it snow at this point, but the slush and the ice and the gunk on eastbound 520. Right now, 520 not getting through, getting out to the floating bridge deck. So that's a new problem for us. And I'm going to just fathom a guess that this vehicle here that was spun out, it looks like it was an all-wheel drive type vehicle, and somebody who probably just had enough bravado and enough confidence, they figured, oh, I can do anything. and they wound up spun out. I'm making that up. I don't know for certain, but I think that's kind of a story that tells itself. Southbound 5 to eastbound 520, still watching for that off-ramp right now. That ramp has been blocked because of water over the roadway from runoff. Have also found problems with a lot of municipalities here around the north end of Lake Washington. Plows having to get out, trying to get roads treated and de-iced. So the plows headed out, but the secondary streets and some of the arterials still needing assistance. That's one of the concerns if you're heading out right now, as well as dark intersections, because we've seen a number of power outages to where the snow has just gotten so heavy and taken some branches down. Those branches have taken down power lines. You get the idea. So treating dark intersections as four-way stops, and if we're driving slowly, remember you don't want to stop immediately because then you'll have more chance of a slide. So again, moving slow, increasing following distance, budgeting in more time. You need that overall. Still also watching what's happening for drivers through the Port Orchard area on eastbound 16 near Tremont. This has been the scene of a tanker that was involved in a collision. All lanes eastbound currently blocked. Waiting for more details from the State Patrol on that. But that's the kind of stuff that we're dealing with this morning. Not our easiest start. And definitely worth heeding the warning of more time, slowing it down, and stretching out those following distances. Aaron and Bill, back over to you.
All right. Thank you, Adam, for that update. A car catches fire on the highway. Coming up, new video of an explosion as firefighters work to put the flames out. Stay with me.
Hey, Carly Henderson here in Magnolia, where it's getting slushy. We'll show you more of this scene around here right after this.
6:15. Scary moments on 405 this morning when a car caught fire. This is at the 167 interchange in Renton, and you can see the smoke billowing up. And at one point, there was even an explosion as crews put out the flames. No word on what caused it or if anyone was hurt. Well, it's a cold and snowy start in Seattle this morning. Now let's check in with Carly Henderson, who is in Magnolia at the bottom of the hill on McGraw, where people usually love to sled and hang out once that thing gets closed down. Good morning, Carly.
Hi, Erin. Good morning. Yeah, I'm waiting to see all the people sledding down this hill here. I feel like it's getting really wet and slushy at this point, so that's kind of the vibe. I feel like they're going to need to come out here very soon if they want to take advantage of this. Yeah, we got here a little bit ago. We set up. Cars are clearly driving at, feeling very comfortable driving at a fast pace. I would caution you, even if you're feeling like it's fine to be driving at a normal speed because there isn't ice or a lot of snow on the ground. Maybe people are walking around on the sidewalk, standing there, and they're getting splashed. So definitely still be careful. It's still pretty slick around here. I want to kind of show you this tree right here. So we've got a little bit of snow that's stuck on here, but the snow, it's like as soon as it comes down, it pretty much melts like that. And then as you can see, we've got like cars that are parked outside that have some snow accumulation on them. A lot of footprints. People are taking walks, getting their morning coffees around here. So people are making their way around. Definitely be careful. Oh, the doggies are going out for walks around here. That's really what I wanted to see. Some cute dogs frolicking in the snow, and even that little guy is slipping and sliding as he makes his way around here. Yeah, definitely be careful. Oh, we've got another cute dog. Okay, this is delightful. I couldn't have planned this better. Such a little cutie. Yeah, everybody out here and taking walks, getting their days going. Be careful. We have seen people kind of walking quickly on the sidewalks and slipping and having to catch themselves. So even if you're making your way around, definitely proceed with caution. As you can see, it's pretty like slushy down here. We're kind of getting like the puddles and everything's kind of melting at this point. So we'll check back in with you in a little bit. And Brian McMillan, tell us what's going to come up. What's happening?
Okay, well, we should be getting a little bit of a break here soon. I love that the dogs just kept coming. It's cue the dogs, bring them in. Yes, let's take a peek at our Queen Anne camera. We took the camera, usually, focused on downtown, and pointed it down at the neighborhoods. And oh yeah, a lot of snow there. 33 degrees is your temperature, especially as you get up toward the top of that hill. Things get a little bit more dicey. Look at your Doppler radar right now. We are still seeing a few light snow showers up along the King County, Snohomish County line that stretches from about the Woodinville and Bothell areas on up into Mill Creek and continues on up north along US 2. It's not as widespread as it was, excuse me, earlier on. We're going to continue to see it break up. And eventually, we're going to be back to some sunshine here this afternoon. It is cold still in the South Sound. We're in the low 30s, but you got away with not seeing any snow last night. The bulk of the action was right around Lake Washington, stretching down to about SeaTac and Renton. And then the north end of Lake Washington, up there in the North Shore areas of Bothell, Kenmore, Woodinville, Linwood, and then out towards Edmonds and Everett. Those were the spots that got hit the hardest. You did get some snow out towards Bremerton and Paulsbo as well. So interesting late night, early morning for all of you. Meanwhile, up in the north, it's still very chilly up towards Blaine and Bellingham. We're going to get a little bit of a break from the snow after this morning commute. It's going to be back to sunshine. We're going to melt some of this snow off. We're going to evaporate some of this moisture left on the ground, but it's not all going to evaporate. And later on tonight, we're going to see those roads likely ice over. I think Friday morning's commute could be a tough one because of ice, folks. It's just one thing after another. Dry and partly sunny, though, for most of the rest of Friday. So once we get that sun up and things start warming up a little bit, then we're going to be looking okay. Light snow is possible on Saturday morning again. So we're going to be watching that as well. And here's what that looks like in our 7-day forecast. Today and tomorrow and Saturday, all in the mid-30s. We're going to be looking at those overnight lows below freezing. I do see a chance of that rain and snow mix or a dusting of snow on Saturday morning. It looks very light, though. Sunday and into Monday, a few lingering showers, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, we're back to dry weather, partly cloudy. But those overnight lows getting really, really chilly into the low 20s. All right, that's your weather for now. Let's check on traffic this morning with Adam Gerke.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. This morning, I'll look to what's been happening for drivers right now eastbound on 520. Just as you've made your way out towards the high rise, that's where there happens to be this spin-out collision. DOT, State Patrol, having to do their best to get this cleaned up. Right now, traffic shoved over to one lane, that left lane, as you squeeze on by. So not a good scene, not a good look for us on eastbound 520, plus southbound I-5 to east 520. That's where we've been watching for the ramp being blocked off and closed because of standing water and water from the runoff of some of this snow and slush. That has the off-ramp flooded at this point, so that is not working for us. Meanwhile, the snowfall to the north continues. Volumes overall on I-5 and 405 have been light, but folks still needed to keep their speeds in check, increase that following distance, and budget in the extra time. The big thing I'm worried about now is still what's happening in the municipalities. Secondary streets, arterials that haven't been plowed, or in some instances have been plowed, but still going to be snowy, slushy, and quite slick. We've also seen down branches and trees because of the heaviness of the snow that's pulled a lot of this down. It's broken a number of power lines. At this point, we're seeing dark intersections you have to watch for as well. So again, heeding that caution as you move out in towards this mess. The other thing I'm watching for right now happens to be on 16 headed eastbound, getting through Port Orchard and near Tremont. That's a tanker truck that's tangled with another vehicle. The roadway completely blocked at this point. So getting through Port Orchard on East 16, that's kind of a no-go. That's probably going to route you through parts of Port Orchard otherwise and then back on. But this is just one more headache we have to be watching out for. This is one of those mornings you got to budget in, again, more of your time. Aaron and Bill, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Adam, so much for that advice. Coming up, we're tracking power outages and school closures on this weather alert day, plus where we're seeing the worst hit spots this morning. That's still ahead. Keep it here on Good Day Seattle. Welcome back to Good Day Seattle. Some winter weather reminders from SDOT this morning. Everyone is responsible for clearing ice and snow from the sidewalks and curbs around your house. It's not just the law, it's the polite thing to do, right? They suggest clearing them every 12 hours before things turn icy. And you can sprinkle rock salt to help prevent that ice. And check in with your neighbors, see if they need any help clearing their homes. It's a team effort, right? We all work together during these snow days.
Well, still to come this morning, we want to see what it is like in your area. What winter weather are you dealing with in your neighborhood? Send us pictures and videos through our mega poll. You can do that through the QR code on the top right there, or go to fox13seattle.com/poll. Right now on Good Day Seattle, tracking the impacts of snowfall across the region once again on this weather alert day where drivers are seeing the toughest challenges this morning.
And we are live here in Bothell, where we haven't gotten much of a break from the snow, so we will show you the impact it's having on the roads and sidewalks here coming up.
And two planes collide at SeaTac Airport, sparking more concerns about safety. The response from the airlines. Good Day Seattle starts right now.
Live from Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
Well, hi, everyone. Just about 8:30 on this Thursday morning. It is a weather alert morning. Good morning. I'm Erin Mayowski.
And I'm Bill Wixie. And once again, we have a slew of school closures and delays this morning because of the winter weather that we're seeing. And you can see the closures and delays scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now. Also, team coverage for you this morning. John Hopperstad is near the Bothell-Kirkland border where trees have fallen down with all that heavy snow. Sean Chitness in Bothell is checking out the snow there. Carly Henderson joining us in Magnolia, and Adam Gerke tracking road conditions and issues that you might run into. But we begin with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan and a look outside right now and look at the dusting on the rooftops there.
Yeah, up at Queen Anne. This is at the top of Queen Anne Hill there, 34 degrees. You remember back in the day, I don't think they do it as much, but that Queen Anne Hill, people would try to go down that thing during a snow day. I remember that growing up, and oh man, that was before they decided to shut that thing down on a snow day. Here's a look at our radar right now, north of Seattle, as you work your way along the King County, Snohomish County line. We're still seeing a few light snow showers along US 2. That stretches out through Monroe. Woodinville, you're still getting some moderate snowfall. And then over the Kitsap Peninsula, it is not quite yet. We're still seeing some snow out in the Bremerton and Port Orchard areas. So we're dealing with that this morning. There's still a lot of issues in regards to heavy snow on trees. And of course, we have some road issues as well. Down in the South Sound, you got away with not seeing any snow. We're still close to freezing in the Central Sound, where most of the action happened. And we're very chilly up to the north, up towards Bellingham and Blaine. So after this morning's snow is done, we're going to thaw out a bit this afternoon and bring back some sunshine. But we're in for a very chilly night tonight, which could complicate your Friday morning commute. We'll get into that in a few minutes. Let's send it on over to Adam Gerke now with a check on the roads. Adam, how are we looking?
All right, Brian, a couple things we've got to make mention of. Let's start with what's happening here on eastbound 520. Drivers trying to move your way right onto the bridge deck. Earlier spun out vehicle, now off to the shoulder. Traffic getting through, but this has given us pause and concern on eastbound 520. You do see that the roadway is wet, bare. There is some slush here as well that we're having to watch for, and that slush and runoff has actually even caused us further problems south 5 to east 520. That ramp is blocked right now because of ponding water. No estimation as to when that's going to reopen. Meanwhile, where we see the snow factor here in kind of taking that into consideration, we've seen volumes generally light on I-5 and 405, but folks driving appropriately generally in terms of how fast they should be. But we still have to increase our following distance, budget in that extra time, and do slow it down. Municipalities in and around the north end of Lake Washington, I've seen the plows get out. Not all arterials or secondary streets have been treated yet, but hopefully working towards that. That's one of the bigger things we have to watch for. So if you're heading out this morning, that could still be slick. And we've also seen, I want to show one other spot here, eastbound 16. Drivers trying to move your way through Port Orchard towards Tremont. That is the scene of a car tanker collision that has East 16 blocked off. That a big concern if you're trying to make your way back from Port Orchard and heading in towards Gig Harbor. One of the other things we've been following along with, down trees and branches from the heavy snow. Someone who's watching that and into the north in the Bothell area, John Hopperstad, what are you finding?
Well, Adam, yeah, we are here in Bothell. We're just kind of on the Kirkland line, close to Woodinville as well. This is 112th Place Northeast near the Cedar Park Christian School. And you mentioned heavy snow and these power lines. Well, we're dealing with a situation here. This road completely shut down right now because you could see where that heavy snow, and that's what we're dealing with out here. Heavy snow, about 2 to 3 inches of it, is bringing down trees and branches. And that tree, pretty large tree there, came down on these power lines here right across the road. So crews came out, they shut down the road in both directions, and then they headed out of here. They're gonna come back later, probably after this all settles down, and they can get in here and do the work they need to do to get these trees out here, get these lines back up. So right now this is staying as is while crews are still out there dealing with these conditions. But as you mentioned, it's very heavy snow out here, and what happens with that heavy wet stuff is it starts collecting on the ground, and you get this really greasy surface. I mean, it is treacherous driving around here, especially once you get off 405 into the Bothell area. I know the North Shore School District went ahead and canceled all classes today. Let's head over, though, to Sean Chitness, who I believe is just across the Sammamish River behind us at the UW Bothell campus with conditions there. Sean?
Hey, John. Yeah, we've got Bothell covered well this morning. And on that note, the University of Washington Bothell campus, UW Bothell, has also canceled all of its main activities. All of its buildings are closed because of the impact of the snow. Let's talk about what we're seeing on the ground here. This is really just another example of how difficult it is. Someone thankfully has cleared the road here, so it looks good on the sidewalk. But otherwise, it is going to get icy and slippery. And this is an area where normally a lot of students are out there. But you know what? The snow is actually pretty nice. And so what I was doing was trying to get a nice little arsenal of snowballs ready to go in case somebody wants to have fun with me. Maybe those students have some free time since they're not in school right now, and they can join us a little later. But in terms of the conditions that we are seeing here, the road looking pretty good here. This is Beardsley Boulevard before it becomes 195th, right by 405. It's clearly been plowed, and the snow isn't as bad as it was earlier, so hopefully that's helping. But the main issue in this part of Bothell, also towards Mill Creek, is when you have these plowed roads coming over to a side street, or in this case a parking lot, and all that slush is building up there. Your car is going to feel that change, and now we are starting to notice it become a little bit more like ice. So some of the challenges folks are going to need to worry about. They are of course working to get those plows going in both Snohomish County and King County, asking you to keep that distance and let them do their job so the roads can improve throughout the day. Guys, back to you.
Happening now, Puget Sound Energy reporting over 19,000 customers out of power on this snowy morning. The majority in Redmond, Woodinville, and Bothell. In Redmond, there are 8,000 customers without power. Seattle City Light reporting a little more than 500 customers without power right now. Snohomish PUD reporting over 3,200 outages.
And on this weather alert day, we are tracking where the snow is this morning. This was just about 30 minutes ago in the Mukilteo area, and you can see it looks really pretty if you're just kind of taking it in and viewing it this way. But some spots on those roads again are pretty slick that haven't been plowed, so just take it easy as you get going, especially out of the north sound this morning. All right, let's turn things over 8:36 to Brian and see just a few snow flurries left.
I love seeing your photos and videos. Thank you so much for sharing those. We can't be everywhere at once, so it sure helps us out, and it's great to see your kids and your dogs playing in it as well. Here's a look right now at our radar. This is a loop over the past 3 hours, and notice how the showers have certainly dissipated. Let's zoom in. Seeing a few spotty showers now at this point, mainly out in the Kirkland area, up towards Totem Lake, and then continuing on up into Woodinville. And then this little cell here up along US 2 out towards Monroe, Lake Stevens, and Silverdale and Bremerton, also seeing a little bit of shower activity. But most of the heaviest snow has now moved on or dissipated, and we're going to be looking at a drier afternoon. Temperatures are very slow to warm up. We're into the mid-30s right now in Renton, Seattle, and Everett. Thankfully, we are now above freezing. And when the melt continues here through the later morning hours and into the afternoon, there could be some areas that where storm drains are kind of clogged up due to slush, where you're going to get a little bit of localized flooding in some spots. So just be careful. Once we get through the snow, it's not necessarily over in regards to our issues we're going to see out on the roads. All right, heading through the rest of the day, I expect sunshine to be back into the picture. Let's cross our fingers that we see a lot of this evaporate here on the ground, because what doesn't evaporate, any moisture or puddles that are kind of left over once that sun goes down tonight, those are going to ice over as we get into your Friday morning, because we're going to have clear skies overnight tonight. And then as we get into Friday morning, those temps are going to be down into the mid-20s in the city. And so some of the outlying areas are going to be into the low 20s to start our day. Real icy. I'm expecting that to be kind of a snarling our Friday morning commute. But in the meantime, we'll stick with a few more showers before things wrap up. We'll get some thawing this afternoon, and then we have that very cold night ahead. One of our coldest nights so far this season. 38 in the lowlands. Morning snow showers followed by a drier afternoon. Central Washington, you're looking mostly sunny today with highs in the upper 20s. All right, here's your 3-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies for your Friday. Saturday, we could bring back yet again another chance for a dusting of snow. We'll have more on that as we get a little bit closer check back on the forecast here tomorrow. All right, let's send it on over to Adam. He's got a check on traffic, and how are we looking at him?
Yeah, Brian, there's a couple things we definitely have to be watching for. One of them, eastbound 520, this collision on the bridge is going to be a spin-out collision that we're having to heed the warning of. And definitely give yourself that extra time and noticing. Look how close everybody is in here. One on top of another. Oh, right? Oh, of course. Very confident drivers. Well, in this situation, it doesn't probably seem as bad, but it's bare and wet. But this vehicle wound up here because it's spun out. So that's indicating just that there are some slick points out here we have to be mindful of. Increasing the following distance, slowing yourself down, budgeting in the extra time. That's what you need to do. Meanwhile, southbound 5 to eastbound 520, that ramp is currently blocked because of some of the snow and slush runoff that has now flooded that ramp. No estimation as to when that's going to reopen. We've seen down trees and branches all around the east side and through Bothell and Kirkland and Redmond. That could mean a dark intersection you may come across. That's something you have to watch out for. While municipalities have been getting out to plow and de-ice and to treat the roads, secondary roads and the arterial roads still may not be in perfect shape for you getting out. So again, got to keep it slow and low as you roll on out. Meanwhile, did have troubles earlier in through Port Orchard, eastbound 16 near Tremont. There was a collision that has now cleared to the shoulder. Traffic getting through once again, but that's been a concern. Mountain passes, also quick review. Stevens Pass and Snoqualmie Pass have been with traction tires advised. White Pass and the Mount Baker Highway have been dealing with traction tires required chains for the big rigs. Now, we said, Seattle's first suburb. Let's send Carly Henderson there. Magnolia. Carly, what are you finding?
Hey, Adam. Yeah, it's pretty slushy out here, so we'll catch up with you and show you more of the scene here in Magnolia when we come back.
And Fox 13 giving you a chance to win 4 tickets to a night under the big top for Kuza, Cirque du Soleil's electrifying show at Merriamore Park. Tickets include a meet and greet with the artist after the show. Keep watching Fox 13 News at 10 and wait for the code word to be revealed, and then enter on our website, fox13seattle.com/contest for your chance to win. Welcome back. It's been a snowy, cold morning for a lot of areas around Seattle this morning. This video in Ballard, one of our morning producers took this video about 30 minutes ago. You can see that a lot of snow has fallen and a lot of snow is sticking. Also seeing snow in Magnolia, and that's where we find Carly Henderson. How's it looking there, Carly?
Good morning, Bill. Yeah, it's clearing up here. It feels like things are really starting to melt, as you can kind of see on this tree here. There's still snow, but it's turning into slush. It's almost like there's little slushicles, like icicles, but with slushy, you know? So definitely still pretty wet here. It feels like, you know, the sidewalks have a lot of slush on them here. As you kind of walk through, this turns almost instantly into slush. A lot of it is melting. We've got the puddles here too. We're kind of situated at the bottom of this hill here on Dravis Street. And as you can see, as cars are driving, they're driving pretty confidently. A lot of people seem unconcerned with any sort of, you know, slush or snow on the ground and are driving at pretty fast speeds. A couple people slowed down and were a little bit concerned about us being out here, but a lot of trucks and stuff are just like breezing right by. I would say give yourself a little bit of extra time. Hello! Good morning! I think people are excited seeing Fox 13 around here. You can also look this way a little bit. You can see if you've got a car and you're parked outside, there's probably some snow that has accumulated on the top of that. So definitely, if not the snow scraper, break out the snow brush. But it feels much calmer around here. It's more just about wearing the proper footwear at this point. It was dumping snow when I came into the office a couple of hours ago, so I wore the snow pants, and I'm glad that I did because it's wet around here, but you probably don't need to go as far as me. I did see someone earlier who was walking around in shorts here and sneakers, so definitely check the footwear. If you got rain boots, I'd probably wear that if you don't want to get to where you're going with sopping wet feet. But it's kind of nice being out here in Magnolia. You know, this is not one of the neighborhoods that I've spent as much time, and it's adorable. So it's a good reminder to kind of come back and experience the charm. And I'll be checking back in with you guys in a little bit. For now, Brian McMillan, how you doing?
You're seeing this out here, Carly. If you're a kid and you want to play in this snow, you got to do it right now because this stuff is going to melt fast now that the sun is up. Right? Get out the door and go out in the yard and play because otherwise you're just going to be missing out here on the fun. Let's get to it and take a look at our Queen Anne camera. Thank you so much, Carly. Here we're looking at lots of snow up on the top of the hill. Yes, of course, higher you go up in elevation, the more you are dealing with that snow accumulation that may stick around for a little bit longer too. 34 degrees is your temperature. We're just getting a bunch of snow totals in from various points around the Central Sound. We had about 2 inches over the Kitsap Peninsula. There were some areas like Seebeck that had a lot more than that, a little closer to 7 or 8 inches out that direction. And then around the greater Seattle area, we had about 2 inches downtown, up to the north, up towards Bothell, and over on the east side, we had a little closer to 3 to 4 inches, depending on where you were. And a couple of the hot spots like Cottage Lake, just east of Woodinville, they had quite a bit. They had about 8 inches out that direction. So it just depended on where you were. But for the most part, the forecast held pretty well. About 1 to 3 inches is what we were expecting. That's exactly what we got. Down in the South Sound, still very cool in Olympia at 29 degrees. Heading up to the Central Sound, we're still hovering around freezing in Redmond, Monroe, Lake Stevens, Bothell. North Sound, you're still in the 20s. Going to take us a little while here to warm up today. We will be getting a break from the snow, though, this afternoon, and we will be getting some thawing. We're in for a dry afternoon, and whatever doesn't evaporate could ice over as we get into the night tonight, because we are going to see a very chilly night tonight with temps down into the mid-20s to low 20s. So light snow, again, is possible Saturday morning. I expect Friday to be dry. But again, you're going to have to deal with icy roads for that last day of your commute. What a week. We've had to deal with something every day, it seems like. 39 down in Tacoma and Olympia. After these morning snow showers, we are looking at sunshine this afternoon. You folks down basically south of Des Moines, didn't have much at all. Pierce County and out towards Thurston County, no snow for you. But temps in the low 40s to mid 40s even out in spots like Puyallup and Bonnie Lake. All right, let's get to your 7-day forecast. What I'm expecting as we move forward through the rest of the week and on into the weekend, if my clicker will work. Maybe it's not going to. Tell you what, I'll have your 7-day forecast coming up for you in a bit. It's been used so much here over the past several days, Adam. I think it finally gave up on me.
You know, that happens. We got to replace the batteries in our loved little clickers every so often.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at something that's awesome right here, or less than awesome. This being 405, and I believe this in the southbound direction, closer in towards about 130 seconds, almost the Totem Lake Kirkland side of things. Notice this pickup truck that is blocking the express exit off of 405. Notice this Sound Transit bus that can no longer get up said ramp to said bus stop because of said truck. That's the kind of thing we're dealing with here, because I'm going to hedge a bet that if we were to ask the driver of that truck, sir, how did this happen? And how do I know it's a sir? Because I saw him standing outside his vehicle here a moment ago. Sir, how did this happen? He'd probably say, I was driving too fast for conditions, and I hit my brakes hard, and I hit the barrier. That's most likely what happened here. And so now we've got this blocking that and delaying all these fine folks on their way to work. What am I driving at here? I'm driving at, you got to move slower, number one. Move with confidence, but move slower. Budget in the extra time and add in that following distance. We need that all around the north end here, because we've just seen a number of situations like that. One car spin out accidents. Also watching southbound I-5 to eastbound 520. What's happening right here? Ponding. Some of the runoff from the slush and the rain that's moved through the area has now flooded the off-ramp to eastbound 520. No estimation as to when that's going to reopen yet. Other big concerns we're having, down trees and branches. We're seeing dark intersections on the east side and through Redmond, Kirkland, and Bothell. That's certainly a concern as we get going. So, again, budgeting in the extra time to take that into consideration. And also noticing similar situations closer to Kitsap and Mason counties. We've seen stuff like that for you as well. But the majority of our action has been here in North King County, moving into Snohomish County. All right. Aaron and Bill, back over to you.
Two planes collide at SeaTac Airport, sparking more concerns about safety. We have the response from airlines when we come back. A look at the damage caused by an Air Japan plane that clipped a Delta jet at SeaTac Airport, startling passengers and inviting questions as to how this happened. Port of Seattle officials say the Japan Airlines jet was taxiing when it hit that Delta jet. Officials are investigating the theory that weather conditions played a part in the accident. The FAA temporarily paused some flights at the airport due to the incident, causing more than 170 delays and cancellations, and this left many passengers to scramble for a new flight, but safety was first priority.
When they allowed the fire department, 5 people come in, and they were going from chair to chair checking on the passengers. Everybody was, okay, giving thumbs up.
Delta says all 142 customers, pilots, and flight crew were okay. We also reached out to Japan Airlines for a statement. They said, in part, quote, there were no injuries reported to the customers or the crew on board, and we sincerely apologize to all involved for the inconvenience. The cause and circumstance are under investigation.
The principal for West Seattle's Chief Sealth High School is on forced leave after Seattle police arrested him last weekend. Now, in a letter to parents, the district said Seattle police took Ray Garcia Morales into custody for DUI and reckless endangerment early Sunday morning. Now, according to a Seattle police report, Garcia Morales said, "Do you want to die?" before grabbing the steering wheel of the car he was in and flipping the vehicle. Police said the driver fled out of fear, but officers tracked her down. The victim told police Garcia Morales had been drinking at a party and then began threatening her before the crash. Police say the victim is refusing to go forward with the case. No charges are filed for now. The assistant principal will take over Chief Sealth School.
Well, today the state of Washington, along with the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project, will be in court to present arguments in support of their challenge to President Donald Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. They'll be asking the judge to indefinitely extend the temporary restraining order that is stopping the government from moving forward with Trump's order. Trump signed that order on January 20th, and Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown filed the suit hours after. The hearing is scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning.
President Trump doubled down on his plans to take over Gaza. In a post on Truth Social, he wrote, Israel would turn over the Gaza Strip to the U.S. after the war is over. He said no U.S. soldiers would be needed in that area. As for the Palestinians, Trump wants them to resettle somewhere else. The idea was quickly rejected by Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt. That sentiment echoed on the ground inside Gaza, where Palestinian civilians spoke out about a potential forceful displacement of their people.
Trump's remarks are illogical. We have lived through a war for a year and 4 months, and then he comes and says we should leave our land. This is our land and the land of our ancestors.
The new post-war outlook for Gaza comes amid the backdrop of plans to curb Iranian support of the proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Iranian officials appear open to talks with the Trump administration. It comes after Trump's executive order aimed at preventing the Islamic Republic from having a path to a nuclear weapon.
Live from Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
On Good Day Seattle, another weather alert day amid a snowy and slushy start to the day. We're seeing snow falling around the region, the heaviest from Seattle and up north around the Everett area. So stay up to date with school closures with the ticker at the bottom of your screen. We have team coverage this morning. It is a weather alert day once again. Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan tracking the latest forecast in the Fox 13 Weather Center. Sean Chitnis is live in Bothell for us as drivers navigate snowy roads. John Hopperstad also in Bothell. He found some fallen trees there.
And Aviation is in North Seattle, while Carly Henderson is in Seattle's Magnolia neighborhood, where steep hills are covered in slush. Adam Gerke is keeping an eye on the roads for us as well.
Let's check in with John Hopperstad in Bothell. John, what are you seeing there?
Well, Bill, the sun is starting to come out here, but the damage has already been done with all this snow, with 2 to 3 inches of really heavy, wet stuff. So it is pulling down tree branches like this, found this right in the center of the road, and other bigger things as well, like a whole tree that came down here on 112th Place Northeast. This is near Cedar Park Christian School. We're in the Bothell area here, but we're close to Kirkland and Woodinville as well. You can see that tree just pulled those power lines down. So essentially what crews did is they came out here and they blocked this street off at both ends of it so nobody can get through. And then they'll come back later and try to clean this all up because they're probably pretty busy right now. But this is the situation we're dealing with out here. This really greasy, heavy, wet snow. Tough to negotiate around here. In fact, we've got some cars that are parked here. They can't get out of here. We're on a hill. The driver of this van came down here, found that he was blocked. This is before they closed the road down. Tried to back it up, just couldn't. So he had to leave his van here and walk down to his workshop. So he's really not going to be able to get out of here until we do get that melt and some of this snow clears away here. But again, we're dealing with maybe 2 to 3 inches of snow, but it's that really heavy, wet stuff, good for making snowballs, good for making snowmen. But when you're out here trying to drive around in this stuff, it can get greasy pretty quick. So we're dealing with some tough driving conditions, at least in this area. But let's check in with Sean Chitness. He's just beyond the Sammamish River behind us and on the UW Bothell campus where, Sean, I understand they shut down classes for the day.
Hey, John, that's right. They didn't want to take any chances. And of course, the conditions on the ground make sense for why they didn't want their buildings open and they didn't want any events happening. As you've been saying, it is that hard snow. It's wet. And so that isn't making for great conditions on the roads here. We are along Beardsley Boulevard, and that's where it becomes 195 and is right next to 405. And you can see here it's been well plowed. Conditions looking good on the road itself. But there's so much snow and slush now that it is making it challenging for folks coming in and out of roads just like this. And this is the situation across Bothell. We've been here all morning seeing the difference from paved roads to non-paved roads, main streets to side streets. And so as folks continue to go about their morning, this is going to be one of the challenges they'll still face. We also are enjoying a bit of a break when it comes to the snowfall. Some of the lightest snowflakes we are seeing all morning, but it has been falling in some form for so many hours now, and it did start last night. That explains why there is so much snow on the ground. Good to see the folks here able to make the sidewalk clear and open for folks to get around this particular area right next to the UW Bothell campus, where there are plenty of people going on and about with their day. Here we've been watching them walking about. So what's going to happen next? Where are we going from here? Let's check in with Brian McMillan to hear more about that. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, Bothell area really got hit hard. This is atop Queen Anne Hill, and a lot of spots as you work your way up in elevation, you got to the snow a little earlier, which means in most of those spots you got a little bit more snow. Queen Anne camera right now, 34 degrees is your temperature. And we've seen over the past couple of hours those showers starting to become fewer and farther between. We're still seeing a few up to the north now of US 2 as you work your way up toward Lake Stevens. Linwood still seeing a few light showers. Bainbridge Island on the south end. And then as you head out towards Silverdale and Bremerton, you're still catching a few light snow showers. But as these temperatures slowly warm up, we're going to continue to thaw things out. It's still very slippery in some spots. This slush is real hard to drive on. Please be careful out there as you're driving around this morning. 32 up in Arlington. Right now, we are in the mid-30s around the greater Lake Washington area, and I'm expecting these showers to be done by midday. Behind that will be some sunshine, and we'll be looking at a really nice afternoon. Quicker we get to the sunshine, the better, because we need this moisture on the ground and some of this slush to melt and evaporate and get out of our way, because later on tonight, we'll see those temps drop even more back into the mid-20s. This will be one of our coolest nights so far this season. And with that, you can expect things to freeze over. So let's go over this here. Central Sound is going to continue to see a few more flakes for the rest of your morning commute. We'll be drier with thawing sunshine this afternoon. And then a very, very cold night ahead, which means an icy Friday commute for us. Today's forecast will be in the upper 30s. Still staying cool, but well above freezing. The coast will be in the low 40s. You'll have a drier afternoon there as well. Central Washington, you're looking mostly sunny today with highs in the 20s. Spots like Chelan only make it into the mid-20s today. We should see some afternoon sun breaks. It will be cold overnight and mainly clear. And then getting into your Friday, going to be a very chilly morning. So I think that could be a real tough morning commute in a different way. It's going to be ice, not snow. Look at that overnight low temp down to 24. There'll be lots of spots down into the low 20s for overnight lows. All right, then we cloud up as we get into Friday night. That'll keep us a little bit more mild, but still below freezing, and we do have a chance of seeing a light dusting of snow as we get into Saturday morning with highs in the upper 30s. So that's a look at your weather. I have your 7-day forecast coming up next. We'll talk about what you can expect for next week. Still looks cold, though, Adam. We can't seem to snap out of this cold weather. But, boy, doesn't that sunshine, that long dry stretch that we had for, 13 days, doesn't that seem like a year ago now at this point?
Brian, I think we both had considerably less gray hair back then.
Yeah, exactly. It was only a week ago, but yeah, you're right.
Boy, holy smokes, where did this come from and where did this go? So right now what we're running into is some stress for drivers trying to get in through the Totem Lake Kirkland area. This is southbound 405, trying to get in towards almost the 128th transit area, right? A vehicle spun out, blocking that ramp. I watched a double-decker bus have to carefully weave its way around the DOT and the State Patrol and this vehicle. That continues to be one of our sore spots right now, and that's kind of indicative of the situation overall. I think if you lower your speeds, you increase your drive times, and you also increase your distance between you and the car ahead of you. You have now done 3 great things to increase your ability to reach your destination. You'll also find the delays southbound 5 to eastbound 520. That ramp is still blocked by ponding water and standing water from some of this snow and slush runoff that has given us a problem for drivers this morning. That's going to be a problem, I think, also as we start to watch some of this melt, is big puddles and big ponding that we have to watch for. To the east side, Redmond, Kirkland, Bothell, there have been a number of power outages as well from trees and branches down. That's been problematic, treating dark intersections as 4-way stops. And getting out and around the north end here, this is still concerning, where plows have been out all morning trying to get arterials and secondary roads cleared. But still, getting out of your own neighborhood going to be a real challenge. The major highways and byways, I think, have it fairly well covered. But it's really these smaller roads that seem to be the slickest and most challenging yet. And again, with down power lines, other issues like this, maybe not the best time to be venturing out if you can make that wait until later this afternoon when things start to thaw a bit more. All right, guys, back over to you.
All right, thank you, Adam, for that update. Happening now, Puget Sound Energy is reporting more than 19,000 customers are out of power on this snowy morning. The majority of them are in Redmond, Woodinville, Bothell, in that area. Redmond, there's more than 8,000 customers without power alone. Seattle City Light is also reporting a little more than 500 plus customers without power, and Snohomish PUD is reporting over 4,600 outages. Now, we are tracking the delays and cancellations at SeaTac. So far this morning, 47 flights are delayed and another 16 are canceled. And heavy snow in Everett has officials at Painfield encouraging travelers to use extreme caution there and double check flight status. We'll continue to monitor things throughout the morning and bring you the very latest numbers.
You're live from Wedgwood here, North Seattle, where 2 to 4 inches of snow fell overnight. I'm meteorologist Abby Coney with a look at the impacts and conditions.
And as we wake up to another round of winter weather, we want to see the conditions in your neighborhood. Send us your snow pictures and videos for a chance to see them right here on air all morning long during today's mega poll. That's still ahead, so you have time to upload and send them in. And don't forget, we are just a few days away from the big game. You can watch Super Bowl 59 right here on Fox 13 live from New Orleans this Sunday, February 9th. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Good Day Seattle. Your time is now 9:11. I'm meteorologist Abby Coney here in Seattle's Wedgwood neighborhood, North Seattle. We are just minutes west of Matthews Beach Park. My goodness, these neighborhood roads are rough, my friends. We got the ugly snow boots back. About 2 to 4 inches accumulating right now. Let's take a look at some of these side streets. Main thoroughfares totally fine, just slushy. We've got these lumps in between the tire tracks. Those are kind of stacking up. You might be finding some slippery spots. The big issue this morning is navigating the side streets to get to the main arterials. All right, you see that the garbage, the compost, recycling bins are out here, but for the second day in a row, just due to the winter weather traveling conditions, we're not seeing that pickup today, so that's going to be postponed once more. Another update about impacts here. King County Metro, they are on snow routes. They say there are some trip cancellations and that they're notifying riders using email and text. And by the way, if you are a kiddo in Seattle Public Schools dreaming of a snow day, unfortunately, dream on. In-person learning is not happening, but remote learning, that's going down during regular school hours. So kids, hopefully for recess, you'll get out here and sled and make some snowmen as well. We want to talk about sidewalks. We got some reminders from SDOT that are really important to keep in mind. So we want to get to that. They say everyone responsible for clearing ice and snow from the sidewalks and curbs around your house, and that it's not just the law, it's the polite thing to do. And they suggest clearing them every 12 hours before things turn icy. Sprinkle rock salt to help prevent that ice, and check in with your neighbors just to see if they need help clearing their homes or work together as a team. Growing up in Bellevue, I always loved watching the news for snow coverage, and I always loved seeing the reporters at the bottom, of a big hill. It's a little bit hilly in some of these neighborhoods, so just a reminder to take those extra cautiously. And if you don't have to be on the roads, hey, maybe stay cozy. With an update on what to expect with our forecast, let's turn things over to our chief meteorologist, Brian McMillan, hardest working man in television. Brian, how you doing?
Yeah, it's I just got a map done with your snow totals here, so I can't wait to show you that. Let's take a look at your Queen Anne camera right now. We still have snow up there at the top of the hill. We're at 34 degrees. Still showers popping up, but they are few and far between. Now up on the north end of King County, you're dry. Finally, over Kitsap County, still dealing with a few very light flurries, and then you can get to some heavier stuff as you work your way up north of Lake Stevens. Let's talk about our snow totals over the past 24 hours. Here we go. Bremerton with 3 inches. Seebeck, look at that, 7 inches there. The other spots in the south end of Bremerton here had about 4 inches. Des Moines, a trace. So you go south of Des Moines, you got nothing. I'll show you that here in a second. Redmond, Bellevue, Kirkland, Bothell, all at 3 inches. Cottage Lake had 8 inches. Nothing down in the South Sound. Nothing. You were blanked down in Tacoma, Lakewood, and Lacey and Olympia. Heading up to the North Sound, yes, this is impressive. Arlington at 7 inches. Everett, Linwood, Malley Terrace all had a few inches, as well as Monroe and Port Townsend, Port Orchard, areas like Oak Harbor and Friday Harbor, and even up toward Bellingham and Anacortes you got a little bit. So it was just the South Sound that got left out. We'll continue to update those totals, but that's a first look at those. 34 in Everett right now. We're at 32 in Olympia. We're still dealing with a few isolated flurries. I think we're mainly done with the snow, though, now. And now it's all back to thawing, getting that sunshine to break through the clouds so we can get some of this evaporated as well. But we should be looking at a dry afternoon for us. Tonight through Friday, going to be a very cold night. I'm expecting temps into the mid-20s. The roads are likely going to be icing over as we get into the overnight period because those temps are going to be so cold. So anything that doesn't melt or evaporate is going to likely turn into ice as you get into your Friday morning commute, unfortunately. But we'll be dry and partly sunny for your Friday, and then light snow is possible on Saturday morning. Yet again, another round, although I don't think that's going to be as heavy as what we saw last night. All right. 30s will be our highs today around the I-5 corridor and even out toward areas like Bonnie Lake and Puyallup and Auburn. You'll be looking at temps close to 40 degrees, so we'll get some thawing there. Kirkland, Bellevue, continuing on up into the higher elevations, also looking better later on. Newcastle will be at 39, 42 in Issaquah, Kent at 42. Look at Puyallup at 44 degrees. That's a nice little warm up for us. All right, highs today out in central Washington with snow and ice over the passes. We'll only make it into the 20s. Check out Chelan. Ooh, burr, 23 degrees there. All right, today, a weather alert for us for mainly the morning hours, but once we get some thawing, the roads are going to be so much better. And then later on tonight, we really turn cold. So as we get into your Friday morning, even though I don't currently have a weather alert for us, I may change that because I'm expecting some icy spots, okay? Be careful, everybody. Then on Saturday morning, a chance for snow in the morning hours, spotty showers for Sunday and Monday, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, it's just cold and partly cloudy. Adam, I'm a little worried about tomorrow. You know, today is something you can see. Today is snow, right?
Right.
Okay, I need to slow down. Tomorrow, it's going to be ice, and you know that can be tough to see.
Yeah. Big challenge tomorrow in store. Yeah, because today you feel like you got some slush and you know you can kind of drive through it.
Maybe a little bit of traction, you know, yes.
Once that slush turns to ice, good luck, Stretch. That's kind of the warning that I would like to issue to drivers such as the one beyond this DOT truck here who had just a little too much confidence, a little too much bravado and wound up with a one-car spin-out collision here on the off-ramp, which is a transit off-ramp moving into Kirkland on southbound 405. Not a good look. Not a good approach. Meanwhile, we're also seeing stresses southbound I-5 to eastbound 520. That off-ramp has been blocked all morning long because of water and snow slush runoff that clogged some storm drains, and that has made a very dangerous situation in that ramp from South 5 to eastbound 520. Meanwhile, downed power lines continues to be an issue for folks trying to get in and around the Sound in through these north end municipalities. We've seen through Redmond and Kirkland and Bothell, the downed power lines from downed trees. The trees just got too heavy and the branches broke. So now you've got about 20,000 folks without power. That's certainly a concern. Also expressing the concerns we have for a number of the arterials and side streets, secondary streets that are running into issue as drivers try and get out, but they maybe haven't been plowed yet. So that's the kind of stuff that we're watching for. We're budgeting in extra time. You're giving yourself a longer following distance. You're adding in the fact that you realize, you know, you're going to have to just move slower in general. That's what we're having to do today. If you do those three things, you're already exponentially increasing your ability to make it to your destination in one piece. All right, Aaron and Bill, back over to you.
Hey, Carly Henderson here in Magnolia, where it is slushy, it is muddy, and it is slippery. We're going to tell you more about what you can find out if you come this way after this.
All right, looking forward to that, Carly. And keep an eye on the bottom of your screen, folks, as snow delays and closures roll in throughout the morning. Updates on the latest weather-related schedule changes are right there for you. And tonight at 8, catch Hell's Kitchen. At 9, it's the 2025 NFL Honors. That's all right here on Fox 13. We'll be right back. Hey, good morning. Welcome back. 9:22 on this weather alert day. This is up in the Magnolia neighborhood. I actually took this morning on my way into work and then out on 15th and Inner Bay. You can see that the roads were pretty slick and had some good snow starting to pile up. But now folks have been out there and we've warmed up just a little bit, and it's a little better for driving there. Seattle's Magnolia neighborhood, yeah, also woke up as you saw some of that snow there. That's where we find Carly Henderson, where divers are passing through. All the slushy main streets look okay, but some of the side streets still pretty slick.
Yeah, they're definitely slick. Even on this big hill, we're on Dravis Street right now, and like cars are flying by here. Very slushy. It's very slippery. I think people are feeling confident because, you know, it's not like it's a snow-packed street at this point, but so they're driving very quickly. We also, up that hill, someone was just sledding. I was hoping we were going to get to see them. We were going to capture it on camera, but they went up and down a few times, and then I think they were like, it's a little slushy up there. I know our own Erin Mayofsky has, she sent me a video of herself skiing down one of the hills in Magnolia too. Very cool. Okay, so I am going to show you this little tree right here too. So as you can see, it's almost like it's raining with how much it's melting at this point. You can see there's still like some slush that is kind of accumulated, but the snow is definitely melting here. It's almost making like these little cute slushsicles over here. I'm not going to call them an icicle, but it's definitely slushy and it's coming down pretty muddy on the ground as well. I'm like walking on my tiptoes, even in my snow boots, as we're making our way kind of around here in Magnolia. We've got puddles on the ground, lots of slush on the sides here. I would just caution people, if you're driving around and you're feeling good about it, just go a little slow, especially if people are waiting on the corner, waiting to cross the street. So stay safe out there. Stay warm, everybody. And I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
It's time for the Toyota Good Day Mega Poll.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Another snow day. Kids outside making some snowmen. I want to see some good snow creations today, okay? We saw a snow kitty yesterday. You remember that, Bill?
That was very impressive.
Very impressive. We've seen some snowmen, some sadder than others.
Yeah.
Some happy, some full.
And some, it's hard to tell because they don't have faces.
Exactly. Melissa in Port Orchard, check this out. Another snow day out that direction. Looks like they got a few inches
big
on their
fluffy
table.
flakes there.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you for sending that one in, Melissa. Judy in Squim says, my apple tree, it is 29 degrees there. There are no apples on that tree right now. No. I guarantee you that. Let's take a look at our next one. Our next one is from Rob in Ballard. Oh, yeah, even out in Ballard, we got some snow on the car. There you go. Rob is taking that picture from his window. He doesn't want to go outside. I don't blame him.
You did the window check.
Well, you did the weather outside for the 6 o'clock hour this morning. How'd that go?
It was cold. Yeah. It was very cold.
And it switched over to rain.
Yeah, that was
right
miserable.
In the middle of your forecast.
Yeah, that wasn't fun. Hey, Samantha in Arlington, beautiful winter morning on the farm out there in Arlington. They got a ton of snow over the past 24 hours that direction. Some came yesterday, some came today. We want to see your winter weather photos and videos. Send them our way. Go to fox13seattle.com/poll. That's where we do our mega poll every day. Or you can click on the QR code at the top right of your screen.
Our live coverage of all this snow continues from downtown Bothell. We're revisiting one of the stops we first went to see the impact it's still having on the roads and sidewalks. That's coming up.
And a reminder, keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. We have the latest on snow delays and closures for school districts around Western Washington. And throughout the morning, we'll be updating that. So stay tuned. Back with more severe weather coverage after this. Right now on Good Day Seattle, we are tracking the impacts of the snow across the region on this weather alert day, where drivers are seeing the toughest challenges.
And here in downtown Bothell, they are facing a large buildup of snow on the sidewalks and streets. We're going to show you the impact it's having hours after all this snow first came down.
Live from Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
Well, just about 9:30 on this Thursday. It is another weather alert day. It is cold. It is snowy. Good morning. I'm Erin Mayovsky.
I'm Bill Wixie, and we do have a number of school closures and delays this morning because of the winter weather, and you can see those scrolling across the bottom of your screen. We have team coverage for you this morning. John Hopperstad near the Bothell-Kirkland border, where some trees fell down with all that heavy snow. Sean Chitness in Bothell checking out the snow there. Abby Coney in North Seattle, and Adam Gerke tracking road conditions and issues that you might run into out there. But we want to begin with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan and a look outside.
All right, I think the worst of it is over now at this point. We have been seeing some light snow showers. I wanted to head out to the Olympic Peninsula, which we haven't touched on as much. Out towards Squim, just beautiful out that direction. The roads are looking just fine. Temperatures have been well above freezing this morning. We're now seeing those temps drop back down to 33 degrees, but you're doing okay. Just watch out for slick spots. Meanwhile, around the Puget Sound area where we got all that snow started late last night around 10:30 or so, continued all morning long, all night long, and really up until about 7 o'clock this morning. Now that has dissipated, other than just north of Granite Falls as you work your way up toward Oso. Out along the Kitsap Peninsula, you'll run into a few light snow showers near Poulsbo, Silverdale, and Bremerton. Temps are in the mid-30s now at this point in Everett and Seattle. Tacoma's at 36. Overall, this is good news because we're above freezing, but there's still going to be a lot of slush on the roadways. We got to get through that. It's going to take us a while to do that. I think we're going to be seeing some sunshine, though, this afternoon. That will help things. But I do have a rough morning commute for you again tomorrow, and it's not because of snow. It's because of ice. We'll talk more about that coming up. Let's send it to Adam. He's got a check on traffic. Adam.
Right, and this morning been following along with a lot of snow and slush on the east side right now, and that's been a spun out vehicle on the ramp from southbound 405 to almost the kind of the transit area. This was the express exit, right? And that has been one of the concerns we've had this morning, where folks have been traveling perhaps sometimes a little too fast for the conditions, and now also starting to see some snow melt, which has been problematic for us southbound 5 to eastbound 520. That ramp currently blocked by ponded water in the off-ramp, so that is a real problem. Also finding dark traffic signals because of downed branches and trees in a number of municipalities from Redmond, Kirkland, and Bothell. That a concern for you moving towards Kenmore. And that really continues to be one of the issues. And this has been the big focus for us, right up in here, kind of the north end of King County, reaching into Snohomish County. In fact, that's where we sent John Hopperstad. John, you're out now kind of in the, I'll take it, the Bothell area right now. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, Adam, we're on 112th Place Northeast, kind of a stone's throw from Bothell, Kirkland, or Woodinville, but this road is very slippery right now, and it looks like snow is falling. It is not. The sun is out. The temperatures have gone up a bit, so this is all snow melt that is coming down out of the trees because all this heavy snow has been weighing down on these branches. You can see it as well as the power lines, and that led to the situation we're seeing here across the road. This large tree just coming down on top of these power lines and really right across the road here. There's no way to get around this. So crews from PSC came out earlier. They put up the barricades on either side of this road, closing it down. They went out to check out some other areas. They just arrived here in the last couple of minutes. Looks like they're getting ready to come down here and start the cleanup process, get these lines up, get these trees out of here. But you can see this road. This is a sloppy mess here. There is no pavement to be seen, and this is that heavy, wet snow, and the more you compact it, the greasier and slipperier it gets. There's a lot of debris on the roads where there aren't trees down. There's tree branches like you see there in front of that van. In fact, that van, the driver of that van tried to back out of here once he saw the tree across the road. That wasn't happening, so he had to abandon that van and wait until this road either gets cleared out or we have more melting. But it's amazing to watch the snow come down here because this is all just snow falling out of the trees up here. It stopped the last hour or so. We're seeing the sun come out now, so we're in the process of the great melt here, but still a mess. I want to toss it over to Sean Chitnis, who is also in Bothell. He was across the Sammamish River in front of us at the UW Bothell campus, which is closed down, as well as North Shore Schools closed. But now he's downtown Bothell, where the mess continues, as I understand it. Sean.
Hey, John, that's right. As you mentioned, the sun coming out, or at least peeking through that daylight, hopefully helping to melt, and no actual snowfall right now, but we are watching snow come down from the trees. First, I want to point out this spot right here. No one has touched this in the hours that have passed since we were here, so this gives us a chance to see just how much snow was there, a decent amount that was collected here. Up here, you can see those trees, as you've been talking about that concern for branches coming down. Probably not as severe of an issue as what you're seeing, but still so much snow coming down from the trees here, and that speaks to just how much we got. So, all right, this is Main Street and Bothell Way. You can see the mess that it's made on the street here, slushy and slippery. And in the time that has passed since we were last year, around 5 or 6 a.m., we are starting to see it become a lot more slippery and form that ice over here. I'm going to keep walking up to Bothell Way. This is where you will see that big difference we've been talking about all morning. When you have a major street that was paved, it's looking pretty good now, right? That section has melted off with those hours passing by, but still a challenge, because if you look over to Main Street on the other side, that's where you see the ongoing issue of going from a major street to a side street. All of that buildup, just the transition alone, is where cars are sometimes getting tripped up on. So we want to reiterate the importance of being careful, allowing those plows to do what they need to do, and taking it easy as you're going from one major street to a side street. Guys, back to you.
So on top of the snow and the ice, Puget Sound Energy reporting over 16,000 customers are without power this morning, the majority in Redmond, Woodinville, and Bothell. And Seattle City Light reporting a little more than 600 customers without power. Snohomish PUD reporting over 4,400 outages. So Gerald Tracy joining us now with Puget Sound Energy. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. How are you doing in terms of trying to get the power back on for these folks?
Pretty well, actually. I mean, looking back at it, when I started preparing for this interview about 30 minutes ago when we scheduled it, we had 19,000 without, and as of right now, we have a little over 16,000 without. 16,000 is still 16,000 too many, but our crews are out there working as quickly and safely as possible to try to get that power restored throughout our area. The ones we're seeing the most of right now is mainly that Kitsap area, Bainbridge, Bremerton, Vashon Island. We're seeing a lot of trees down, branches down on the wires. You had one of your teammates mention it just a few seconds ago on air about how the snow's really weighing those branches down, bringing them down on the power lines, which is what our crews are working on today.
Gotcha. And so the process of getting the power back on when trees fall down either onto the lines or they take out a transformer, what is the process that crews are going through to get the power back on?
Well, every situation is different, right? First, you got to clear the area, make sure safety is the first priority, right? Make sure nobody that's going to be working that area can get hurt. And then you got to find a way to get the tree removed. If there needs to be wire or pole replaced, order those to get those delivered over to the site. So these outages can take a couple, 1 to 4 hours, depending on the severity or the size of the tree, the severity of the damage, how much damage there is. And then some outages are restored even through our automated switching programs, meaning an outage affecting a large amount of people can see a chunk of those people get restored within an hour without having to repair the line, because there's other ways to route power to their homes.
And so talk about the work that the linesmen themselves are doing right now, because it's incredibly hard work in tough conditions.
Yeah, and I mean, I think even your reporters can talk about this to an extent, just because they're just like our crew members in the sense of being out there in the storm, right? Whether they're having to go around blocked roads, drive on ice, avoid black ice, drive through snow, and then our crews even have to go into the mounds in some of these areas. We're talking about the Kitsap Island. There's a lot of trees over there. We love our trees in Washington State, just like we do at PSC. So we try to make our system work around it, right? So right now, out there in Bremerton, Bainbridge, Vashon, stuff like that, they're going through some of these more rural areas, right? So they're having to hike through this weather, be outside, take down poles, replace wires, etc. So our crews aren't just sitting there. I promise you, they're working as quickly as they can to get that power restored. We know how much of a pain this can be for our customers, whether it's cold or hot, to not have power during your day. so we're trying to get that done.
Yeah, and I'm sure that your crews are much like us, watching the forecast very carefully, trying to figure out exactly what's coming for situations like this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just going back to a few months ago, whenever we had the bomb cyclone, we have our own meteorologist who looks at these things. We work with the National Weather Service, keep an eye out on these things, and then also try to make sure our crews are prepared for when this happens. For example, today we canceled or delayed, not canceled, but delayed all of our planned work so our crews could be ready whenever assessors know what the issue is, wherever there might be an outage.
And so, Gerald, your message for folks who may be without power right now?
Safety first. You know, never go within 35 feet of a down power line if it's in your neighborhood, in your backyard, wherever it is. Call PSE at 1-888-225-5773 and or 911 to report any problems. Don't use charcoal or gas grills to cook indoors, and never use a natural gas range for heating or charcoal as an indoor heating source. Again, we know it's really a pain to be without power right now, but we just really ask our customers to try to stay safe and wait as patiently as our crews continue to work as fast as they can.
And
you know, trying to find ways to just not to stay warm without using candles in the house. Make sure you have batteries, an emergency kit, you know, non-perishable foods, things like that. But we do hope that with this storm in particular, we're able to get people on quicker than what some bigger storms might see.
Gerald Tracy with PSE, we appreciate your time and appreciate all the hard work that PSE is putting in right now to get that power back on. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
All right, taking a look at some of the snow from around the Sound. This is early this morning near Soto, and you see the stadiums. You see the great big rubber ducky there for the boat show, and folks were floating around on slushy snow around the stadiums earlier this morning.
And let's head up north to Snohomish County, where we saw some snow earlier today, and you can see folks driving along there, getting a little view of the side streets and the valleys, but the main roads look to be okay. Still pretty cold up there, flirting with temperatures around 33 degrees right now.
And it is a snow day for so many kids around Western Washington. In Mount Lake Terrace, look at that, 4 inches of snow this morning, and that is plenty to strap on the board and go for a little ride in the backyard. That's the perfect hill.
That's the Delgado family. We know that family, and Dad says that they are never waking up early for school, but hey, when the snow hits, they are grabbing the boards and they're going out.
Heck yeah, that's great.
Coming to you live from Seattle's View Ridge neighborhood. Isn't this stunning? Oh my gosh, Winter Wonderland. Not so great on the roads. We got an update from Seattle Department of Transportation on how clearing these streets has gone. We'll bring that to you up next.
And this week, Fox 13 giving you a chance to win 4 tickets to a night under the big top for Kuza, that Cirque du Soleil's electrifying acrobatic experience at Merriamore Park. Tickets include a special meet and greet with the artist after the show. You can watch Fox 13 News at 10 tonight. Wait for the code word and then enter on our website, fox13seattle.com/contest for your chance to win.
9:45 your time right now. Welcome back to Good Day Seattle. I'm meteorologist Abby Coney, low-key having the time of my life out here. We are in Seattle's View Ridge neighborhood. That's a hill just up from Magnuson Park. And we typically see in higher hills a little bit more snow. And I would say we probably have about 2 to 4 inches here. We were along the street a couple of hours ago. It was worse. Things have gotten a little bit better. It's really slushy. The turns, the stopping, the braking, that's all going to be challenging for you, but already a bit of that melting. We're seeing the snow coming off the trees here, just a blanket of winter white. Now, what's so awesome about this neighborhood, by the way, is you're looking back over Lake Washington and the east side just beyond. Isn't that stunning? Normally, under a sunny day, you could get a view of Mount Rainier. Not quite the case here. Neighborhood roads are really going to be the toughest bet. The main thoroughfares are in much better shape. Hey, we talked to Seattle Department of Transportation. This is what they said. They tell us that they are prioritizing 1,000 miles of the most critical streets. They got a fleet of over 50 vehicles with snow and ice fighting equipment. King County Metro buses are on snow routes. That's a big heads up. Some of their routes are experiencing trip cancellations, by the way, and Metro says that they're informing riders via text and email. And by the way, you can go online to look at how streets are being cleared via SDOT. You can also go online and check out your specific routes via King County Metro. And they also just remind drivers, if you don't have to hit the roads, don't worry about it. Another note, SDOT, they also tell me that there are some streets that are too steep or too narrow to plow safely. That makes sense. We have a lot of narrow and steep streets here in the Seattle area. And so they do want to remind people that it's a possibility that streets on hills may be closed for public safety. Another heads up that no recycling, compost, or trash will be picked up by Seattle Public Utilities in residential areas for today. That's for a second day in a row just due to the inclement winter weather. All right, let's send things over to Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. The very latest. What an evolving dynamic forecast, Brian. Such a busy week.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the worst of the snow is now over. The snow not falling really in most locations. I did want to show you one spot that got totally nothing over the past 24 hours. That was Olympia. You got left out, Olympia. It's all green down there, looking like a normal winter day here in the Pacific Northwest. But it is certainly a different story in the Central Sound. By the way, 32 degrees in Olympia this morning. It's cold. Most of the snow was over the Central Sound. And right now, we're seeing most of that snow taper off. The only thing that's left over is up in the northern parts of Snohomish County as you work your way up into the higher elevations and over the Kitsap Peninsula, just a few light flurries out near Polsbo and Bremerton. Let's talk snow totals. Here's what I have for you so far. Seattle, 1.5 inches, and that did enough to really complicate things on the roads this morning. Isn't it amazing how just 1 inch to 2 inches can create such havoc around our area because of all of our hills? Renton and Bellevue had 3 inches. You go just a little farther south into Des Moines, we only had a trace there. Snoqualmie at 4 inches. Boy, Cottage Lake at 8. And then you go south of Des Moines, nothing in Federal Way, Tacoma, Lakewood, Lacey, Olympia, and Belfair. You head up north, though. Hey, look at all this. Mount Lake Terrace at 3 inches. Linwood at 4. Sultan took the cake here at 9 inches. Arlington had 7 inches, with some of that coming yesterday. And then we had about 1.5 inches to 2 inches up on the north end. How about that? So decent totals for most folks in the Central Sound. And the forecast was actually pretty good. The models did a pretty good job as we evolved through yesterday and got into the evening hours and the latest models came out. It looked like this was going to hit the Central and North Sound as opposed to the South Sound. Sure enough, that's exactly what happened. 34 in Everett, 34 in Seattle, and 27 up to the north in Bellingham. So snow's wrapping up here for the morning commute. Afternoon sunshine will return and then thawing. We're going to be having a dry afternoon as well, but as we get into the overnight period, anything that does not evaporate, any slush that is still out there, anything that is wet is going to ice over, unfortunately. So I expect Friday morning's commute to be a tough one for a different reason. This morning's was tough because of snow. Tomorrow's is going to be tough because of ice. I would argue that ice is way worse than snow. Way worse. 30s in Bellingham, Everett, and Seattle today. I'm expecting a drier afternoon for most of us. As we head out to central Washington, let's zoom out that way. 23 out in Chelan and out toward Wenatchee. We're going to be into the mid-20s. It's going to be a real chilly day. it passes, you can expect compact snow and ice. All right, here's your 7-day forecast. Tomorrow will be dry. It's just that we're going to have an icy morning. And again, anything that's left over that hasn't melted and hasn't evaporated could ice over. As we get into your Saturday, we have another chance of a little bit of snowfall, perhaps a rain and snow mix, depending on exactly when that's going to hit. Stay tuned to the forecast tomorrow for Saturday morning. Won't be as many people on the road, so Saturday morning, so I'm not as worried about that. Sunday and into Monday, another chance for some isolated showers. Then we're done with the rain and snow for a little while as we get into very cold temperatures but dry weather for the middle part of next week. All right, that's your weather. Let's check on traffic here at this 9 o'clock hour with Adam Gerke.
Yep.
Seeing problems out there, Adam?
Yeah, Brian, and this one's really indicative, I think, of the overall picture. I mean, you can kind of just make out what's happening here. It's not blocking anything, but the ramps 405, Alderwood, Linwood, 525. Get my name out of the way there for a second. People don't need to see that. We know who I am. This is more important. Look at that, off that ramp. Oh, and you've got the individuals here trying to figure out, well, what in darn tarnation, how are we going to get you out of here? That is a problem. So traveling too fast for conditions and slip, slide, and boom, now you're into the kind of the ditch or the ravine here of that ramp. So this is the kind of thing we're wrestling with. Budgeting in extra time, slowing yourself down, and giving a larger following distance. That's the kind of behavior we need to be doing this morning all around the region. And yeah, while the snow has kind of moved off and moved on, we're still dealing with the slick conditions. In fact, southbound 5 to eastbound 520, that ramp is still blocked because of snow runoff that's clogged the storm drains. Now there's just a bunch of ponding water happening in that ramp. So that's closed until further notice. We're also seeing a lot of the municipalities in the area, as you've heard, the plows are out doing their best, but getting out of your own neighborhood still a real challenge. So again, slowing it down, adding the following distance, and adding extra time to your drive time to getting out and about. Downed power lines, also a concern for Redmond, Issaquah, Bothell. Looking to you, and also then closer out onto the peninsula. The difficulties continue there as well. Coming across a dark intersection, got to treat that as a four-way stop. When we kind of do a general survey around the rest of the sound, South End, Pierce County, you completely dodged this bullet. 16 and 3 on the other hand, and moving 3 in towards Poulsbo, not so much the case. In fact, I've had a few collisions reported on 3. That continues to be a concern. So getting out and about, we do have to keep our speeds in check. But thankfully right now, volumes still relatively light all around the sound. Now, we've been sending a number of folks out into the Puget Sound area as well, kind of canvassing the Puget Sound. We'll hear more from them in just a little bit. But guys, I'm going to hand it back over to you.
A local principal arrested after the break, what allegedly led to police taking him into custody and a forced leave from his high school. And reaction pouring in from the Middle East over President Trump's proposal to take over Gaza. That's after the break. The principal for West Seattle's Chief Sealth High School on forced leave after Seattle police arrested him last weekend. In a letter to parents, the district said that Seattle police took Ray Garcia Morales into custody for DUI and reckless endangerment early Sunday morning. According to a Seattle police report, Garcia Morales said, "Do you want to die?" before grabbing the steering wheel of the car that he was riding in and then flipping the vehicle. Police say the driver fled out of fear, but officers tracked her down. The victim told police that Garcia Morales had been drinking at a party and then began threatening her before the crash. Police say the victim is refusing to go forward with the case. No charges are filed for now. The assistant principal of Chief Sealth is taking over at the school for now.
Well, a Michigan man will spend up to 20 years in federal prison for grooming and kidnapping a 14-year-old girl from Mount Vernon. Police in Michigan found the girl in Keith Freerickson's house last Saturday. She had been there for at least 30 days. He was extradited here to Washington for his trial. He is already a convicted sex offender and will have to register again once he's out of prison.
President Trump doubling down on his plans to take over Gaza. In a post on Truth Social, he wrote that Israel would turn over the Gaza Strip to the U.S. after the war is over. He said no U.S. soldiers would be needed in the area. As for the Palestinians, Trump wants them to resettle somewhere else. The idea was quickly rejected by Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt. That sentiment echoed on the ground inside Gaza, where Palestinian civilians spoke out about a potential forceful displacement of their people.
Trump's remarks are illogical. We have lived through a war for a year and 4 months, and then he comes and says we should leave our land. This is our land and the land of our ancestors.
The new post-war outlook for Gaza comes amid the backdrop of plans to curb Iranian support of its proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Iranian officials appear to open talks with the Trump administration now after Trump's executive order aimed at preventing the Islamic Republic from having a path to a nuclear weapon. United Airlines says it will restart service from New York to and New Jersey to Tel Aviv on March 15th. The airline also plans to add a second daily flight starting March 29th. The airline made the announcement on Tuesday, the same day that President Trump met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. United previously suspended all direct flights following the October 7th Hamas attacks against Israel.
Well, it is just almost 10 o'clock here, and we welcome you into Good Day Seattle for an extra hour on this Weather Alert Day. Hi, I'm Erin Mayovsky.
I'm Bill Wixie. Thanks for hanging with us on this extended coverage on a Weather Alert Day. Tracking conditions with team coverage for you. Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan tracking the latest forecast in the Fox 13 Weather Center. Sean Chitness in Bothell as drivers navigate snowy roads.
And John Hopperstead is also in Bothell, where he found a fallen tree. Aviation is in North Seattle. Meantime, Carly Henderson is in downtown Magnolia.
Let's begin with John Hopperstead in Bothell. John, what are you seeing there?
Well, Bill, the PSC crews have finally arrived here on 112th Place Northeast here in Bothell. It's a big hill and it's extremely slippery right now, but you can see back there the chainsaws are out. They just cut up this big, huge tree that brought down power lines here across the road. So the remnants of the tree still across the road here, but they're beginning the process of getting that tree cleared out of here and these lines back up where they belong. But this road has been shut down for several hours now because of this. And to be honest with you, even if it was open, trying to negotiate around here is very treacherous. We've got a couple of cars here that are stuck. They came down here. This driver of this van had tried to turn around here once he saw the tree across the road, couldn't do it, couldn't even back up, so he just left his van here. I have walked down here a couple of times now, and even though I've got some of the best LL Bean snow boots on the market, I have nearly slipped several times coming down here. It's that kind of wet, heavy, compact snow and ice that collects here, and then it gets really greasy and slippery. It's just the worst kind of snow to try to walk through or drive through, and that's the kind of situations we've been dealing with a lot of these back roads here. It's not just large trees like this, it's little debris like this and larger branches that are all over the roads out here because the weight of this snow on the branches just bringing everything down. In fact, it looks like it's snowing out here right now, but that's not the case. That's just the snow that is collected on these tree branches and on these power lines, starting to melt with the sun coming out, the temperatures coming up, and then falling down on us. It's actually snowing harder on us right now from just snow in the trees than it was earlier when it was actually snowing. But that's the situation where we are. Now let's check in with Sean Chitness. He's also in Bothell, just across the Sammamish River there, past Bothell into the downtown area, and that is still a mess as well. Right, Sean?
Hey, John, that's right. So we have been in Bothell for about 5 hours now. We are seeing the conditions change, but there are still many challenges, a lot of what you've been describing as well. So first, let's take a look here at Bothell Way here at the intersection of Main Street in downtown. So this was a street that was properly plowed, and you can see it has melted a bit as well with all of the snow and slush that was first on this street when we got here around 5 a.m. Next over here to Main Street, you see the difference where there's a lot more slush over there, and it makes it difficult to transition from one of these streets over to a street that has been plowed like Bothell Way. All right, checking to cross before we walk over here, but also want to point out how this is starting to form into a little bit more of a solid ice, and that's going to be a challenge for folks on these side streets, the streets that don't get paved as much. And then also what John was talking about. So these trees, this tree especially, had been filled with snow, and it's just slowly been falling down. You can see what it's forming on the bottom of the sidewalk here. And this is the case in places like Bothell where, you know, you've got tree lines going on either side. So one thing for pedestrians to be careful of, and then with those larger trees, as John's been explaining, that might be a concern with so much snow accumulating on top of it. But it just gives us another way to appreciate how much snow we've gotten in this amount of time and the work that will still need to be done to try and clear up and deal with the changes that the weather is bringing our way. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Sean, and great job out there this morning. Interesting how Bothell and Kenmore and Woodinville really got hit hard here with this. Snow started at around 10:30 or so last night, maybe a little bit earlier than that for some of you, and just continued all night long. We all woke up in the Central Sound to at least a little bit of something. Lake Union camera right now is looking much better. We are done with the snow in downtown Seattle for now. 35 degrees is your temp, and now we're just looking at trying to get this stuff cleared out. Up to the north in Snohomish County, there's still a couple of isolated showers, but up in the areas that were hit hardest, that's Linwood, Everett, Monroe, and down towards Bothell and Kenmore, we're looking just fine. Still a few lingering showers over spots like Bainbridge Island and Vashon Island, but you know what? Overall looking okay. All right, low to mid 30s. I'm expecting as we get into the afternoon, we're going to be back into the mid to upper 30s and even close to 40 degrees in some spots. We're also going to be looking at some sunshine this afternoon. So afternoon into the early evening, looking fantastic. Then we get into your Friday. Problem with Friday morning is that we're going to have clear skies overnight, and that's going to allow those temperatures to drop. And I expect overnight lows down into the mid-20s. It is going to be very chilly on Friday morning. Anything that doesn't evaporate, anything that doesn't clear out in the way of slush and snow is going to ice over as we get into your Friday morning commute. So if you're traveling super early, like all of us here in this newsroom, you're going to have to be really, really careful tomorrow. All right, here's a look at our winter weather advisory and what's going to happen the rest of the day here, okay? Central Sound snow is pretty much done at this point with the exception of a few light flurries. We're going to be drier with thawing sunshine this afternoon, but a very cold night ahead with an icy Friday commute in store for us. Highs in the upper 30s today. Central Washington will be in the upper 20s with mostly sunny skies. And let's take a peek at that day part forecast. Warming up into the mid to upper 30s today. Lots of afternoon sun breaks for us. We get into the overnight period. We're going to cool off fast. We should be below freezing by 10, so things get a little treacherous on those roads in the early morning hours. Saturday, we have another chance of a rain and snow mix at least, and perhaps a dusting of snow early Saturday morning. All right, still a lot going on. As we get into next week, things seem to calm down a little bit more, Adam. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes.
Yep, and this morning it's certainly been a harrowing go for a number of drivers who've gotten out. A number of them, perhaps in some instances, have driven maybe a little too fast for conditions. Exhibit A. Vehicle here clearly took this off-ramp and maybe clearly went the wrong direction because they caught a patch of ice. Now being hooked up to a tow truck and hauled out, but this in the Alderwood-Linwood area kind of giving you just an understanding. been finding here. A lot of single one-car type spin-out situations similar to that. Had earlier troubles South 5 to East 520. The ramp is back open. That's good news. But one of the things we're worried about this afternoon is ponding water and standing water from the snow runoff and melt. That may happen this afternoon, and that could see some storm drains overwhelmed by this. So watching for that as you get out onto the major highways and byways. In the meantime, the other things we're watching for: downed power lines and dark intersections. We've seen a lot of that happening in the Redmond, Kirkland, Bothell area. Also looking to Bainbridge and towards the Kitsap and Mason County sides of things. We've seen that happen for folks in that neck of the woods to boot. So if you're getting out, we're going to have to budget in the extra time moving slower and then also increase our following distance. I can't say that enough. You do that and you're exponentially increasing your chance of arriving in one piece and in good shape. Still also want to point out that into the South Sound, we haven't seen a whole lot of action out of Olympia, Tacoma, Pierce County. You folks look like you have almost dodged a bullet altogether. It really is about where that blast of snow moved through, where we've seen the majority of our action. So that in mind, we've actually sent a number of folks out into the community, just kind of watching what else is happening. Right now, I'll send it back over to Bill and Aaron. Hopefully, we'll have more after this.
All right. Thank you, Adam. Happening now, Puget Sound Energy is reporting more than 10,000 customers are out of power on this snowy morning. The majority of them are in Redmond, Woodinville, Bothell, in that area. Redmond, there's more than 8,000 customers without power alone. Seattle City Light is also reporting a little more than 700 customers without power, and Snohomish PUD is reporting over 3,000 outages. Now, it is important to prepare in case there is a power outage and you need to stay warm. Never use gas ovens or portable propane heaters indoors. Make sure you have working carbon monoxide detectors and use flashlights or glow sticks. Candles can be dangerous, especially if you leave it in an unattended area. And to keep your food from going bad, don't open your fridge or freezer more than necessary. Throw out perishable food if outages last more than a couple of hours.
Also tracking delays and cancellations at SeaTac Airport. So far this morning, 68 flights delayed. Another 16 have been canceled, and heavy snow in Everett has officials at Payne Field encouraging travelers to use caution and double check their flight status. We continue to keep an eye on things at both airports this morning.
All right, it is time for our Good Day Mega Poll. Guess what, guys? We've been getting a lot of snow pictures and videos. It's been fantastic. I've been asking for snow creatures, and what I mean by that is we had like a little kitty that somebody made out of snow.
That was great.
You know, a little different than a snowman. Snowmen are cool too, but like I'd love to see what kind of creative things you can do, okay? So go to fox13seattle.com/poll, cast your votes, leave your comments. Chris in Redmond, wow. Bear Creek. Ooh, Bear Creek Valley. My wife and I got married at Bear Creek Country Club up there in the kind of North Redmond.
That's a great area.
Yeah, beautiful, yes. Elizabeth in South Everett. My backyard was around 6 inches this morning out in South Everett. How about that?
Yeah, wow. Big, fluffy flakes.
Good stuff, Elizabeth. And another one from Elizabeth here. My neighbor's tree last night. Look at that, beautiful. Yeah, South Everett, North Linwood, really the entire Linwood area, and then heading over into Kenmore, Briar, Mill Creek, Bothell. Those areas got hit real hard. Jan in Silverdale, 3 inches of wet, heavy snow overnight out in Silverdale. Yeah, you betcha. That looks great. And what else do we have? One more for you here. This one is from Michael. Michael Phelps? Okay.
Wow, hey.
The swimmer, how about that? Port Orchard, I'm sure you get that a lot, Michael. Yes, beautiful shot out there in Port Orchard. Thank you so much for sending in your photos, your videos. Keep them coming. And I have a challenge for you, and that is to make some sort of snow creature, animal, or like some sort of like snow igloo situation, something unique, and send it our way. Go to fox13seattle.com/poll.
Hi, we're doing it live from Seattle's Viewbridge neighborhood. 2 to 4 inches falling overnight. It is so slushy out here. The latest on conditions and impacts for you coming up next after the break. Welcome back to Good Day Seattle. I'm meteorologist Abby County here in Seattle's View Ridge neighborhood. It's absolutely beautiful and picturesque. 2 to 4 inches of snow falling overnight. We were here in this neighborhood several hours ago. The roads were so rough and not major improvement, but some. Take a look at the hill up above us. We're on 73rd right now and 51st. We are just west of Magnuson Park up along the hill. It's been treacherous, my goodness, but now the sun is out. It feels almost warmish compared to where we've been over the last couple of hours. You know, the snow is melting off the bushes and the trees. And let's talk about the accumulation too. So let's stomp on the sidewalks right here. It covers up part of my boot. I forgot my bright pink ruler that I usually use, so I hope I don't get in trouble for that. But let's stick my hand in through here. It's almost an entire Abby hand full. So I'm going about 2 to 4 inches. All right, hey, a reminder that for Seattle Public School students, if you've been dreaming of that snow day, my goodness, dream on. Even though there's no in-person learning, there is remote learning happening today. We want to talk about sidewalks, people. These are reminders from SDOT. They just say everyone is responsible for clearing ice and snow from the sidewalks, curbs around your house, and that it's not just the law. They say it's the polite thing to do, and they suggest clearing them every 12 hours before things turn icy. Recommending to sprinkle rock salt to help prevent that ice and to check in with your neighbors and see if they need help clearing their homes or working together as a team. We talked to SDOT otherwise about how they're strategizing and treating the roads. We'll talk much more about that coming up in the next 30 minutes. But first, I want to send things over to our chief meteorologist, Brian McMillan. Things are going to turn quite melty later.
Yes, very melty, and then whatever does not actually melt is going to ice over here later on tonight. That's the next thing I'm worried about. Stadium camera, we're starting to see some glimpses of blue sky. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more sunshine coming up around midday and through the afternoon hours. We're still seeing a couple of flurries out there, but folks, the main round of snow is done for now, except up in Arlington and north of Lake Stevens as you work your way up into the higher hills. Also seeing a few light showers near Brennan and along Hood Canal. Out towards Polsbo, we're also seeing some light flurries. Folks, that's about it now at this point. All right, got a few new cities here for our snow totals. Let's take a peek. Kingston, Shoreline had about 1 inch to 2 inches. Bothell, Woodinville got hit hard. They had 3 to 4 inches there, but check out Cottage Lake at 8 inches. We got nothing down in the South Sound. Zeros all around. Up in the North Sound over the past 24 hours. Mount Lake Terrace, Linwood, Everett, 3, 4, 5, boom, 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 and even more out in Arlington at 7 inches. The one that took the cake, though, here for us, at least over the past 24 hours, Sultan up there in the Cascade foothills, 9 inches of snow over the past 24 hours. Wow. All right, here's a look at your current temps. 28 up in Bellingham, 34 down in Olympia. You're going to get a break from the snow. The snow is ending now, all right? We're going to be looking at some sunshine, some thawing, and a dry afternoon. That'll be great. What doesn't thaw and what doesn't evaporate is likely going to ice over. The roads are going to be very icy for your Friday morning commute. And then we even have another chance of some light snow on Saturday morning. Stay tuned to the forecast tomorrow as we get a little bit closer to that. We'll have a better idea on timing and amounts. All right, 37 in Everett, 39 in Tacoma, 41 up in Friday Harbor today. I'm expecting overall a dry afternoon and some sunshine. Upper 30s out in Everett, Mill Creek, and North Creek, Snohomish, you'll be at 40 degrees. Monroe will top out in the low 40s. And then heading over to Smoky Point in Marysville, you're looking at upper 30s for highs. Granite Falls, you'll be at 39. Snow still on the ground in a lot of these locations up in Snohomish County and North King County. All right, let's get to our day part forecast. We're at 35 right now. I think we warm up a few degrees getting into the afternoon. It's just kind of a chilly day. If the kids want to play in the snow, have them do it now, because that snow is going to turn real gross by the time we get into the afternoon hours. I think tomorrow I may call for a weather alert because of icy conditions. I want to see how things play out, but it is going to be colder tonight because of clear skies. As we get into your weekend, both Saturday and Sunday bring a chance for some spotty showers. I think things will look fine if you're traveling somewhere for, let's say, a Super Bowl. Okay, you got a Super Bowl party to go to. I think you're going to be just fine on Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're drying things out. We're back to partly cloudy skies, but look at these overnight low temps. Low to mid 20s. If you have not, Adam, you know those faucet covers that you put on your hose bibs?
Oh, yeah.
If you haven't found those yet, definitely find them in your garage. You're probably stuffed behind something.
You're too late.
Throw them on.
Yeah.
I think we're fine up until maybe tonight. Tonight's going to be a cool night, and then middle of next week's going to be real chilly.
Okay, so looking for the foam things if you haven't found the foam things.
You can also wrap it in a towel, I think, or something like that.
Anything to keep it just above freezing and keep some of the heat of the house next to the pipes, that helps. Thankfully, yeah, we're not like the Midwest where they have to wrap their pipes with like heater coil sort of stuff.
Exactly, no, not like that.
Yeah, that's fortunate. In the meantime, what we're watching for drivers still continuing in the Alderwood-Linwood area, 525 to I-5, from what I've understood out of this, is that this is still the scene of a vehicle that was perhaps traveling a little too fast for conditions and then wound up into the ditch. They've managed to haul it out of here, and away it goes right down there under the ticker. But what we're still seeing is that concern as drivers get on out. You got to keep your speeds in check, increase your following distance, and add time to your drive. Those three things, you do those three things, and you've already exponentially increased your chance of arriving at your destination in good shape. What have we seen? Well, the snowfall has kind of all moved to the north and stuck over towards the peninsula as well. We'll find got a new backup development here on westbound I-90. I find that a little suspicious getting into the Mount Baker Tunnel. I'll have to take a closer look at that. But what I'm still concerned with is as you get out in and around the Puget Sound, from mainly the east side, but then also to the peninsula, dark intersections. PSC's out working right now. They had about 20,000 utility users without power earlier this morning. They're down to about 9,000 right now. But that still means dark traffic signals and dark intersections. You'll come across those. Definitely, if you're moving slower, it's not going to be as much of an issue, but that's something we have to watch for. Plus, plows have been out and doing their best to try and get things cleared out on the major arterials. Secondary roads working on that too. But again, we just have to keep our speeds slower and we'll get through this. It's kind of slushy right now and things are turning over little by little. That being the case, we've sent Carly Henderson out into the field, and she's been out kind of plodding along, finding all sorts of good stuff to look at. And I believe, Carly, you are up taking a look at what we've got coming up here.
That's right, Adam. Yeah, we're here in the downtown area of Magnolia in Seattle right now. It's a very slushy scene around here, and I'll tell you more of what's happening here after the break.
Welcome back in on this weather alert day. I took this video this morning on my way into work. You could see the flakes were coming down. The roads were covered. That was in the Magnolia neighborhood. And then I moved down to 15th Avenue through Inner Bay, and you can see that main thoroughfare was getting some snow buildup on it. But as we moved through the morning and temperatures started to warm just a little bit, we started to see it turn to slush. And we find Carly Henderson this morning in the Magnolia neighborhood, where usually those big hills, you know, they are pretty covered with snow at times, but as it's warmed up, we've seen some good slush around there. You're in the downtown Village area. What's it like there this morning?
Yeah, so it's really, really melting right now, okay? So I feel, especially as the sun is kind of coming, I feel so dramatic in my snow pants here. I was prepared when I came into work this morning, y'all. It was really coming down, but now people are just walking around like nothing, especially in a different area of Magnolia right here. Look behind me, too. If you look at that orange table over there, that is right outside Petite Pierre Bakery that has fabulous croissants, by the way. People are just out there enjoying their coffee, enjoying their croissants. Lots of people walking around, grabbing their breakfast, kind of just like it's any other day. But if you kind of see the water's dripping on the sidewalk over there, that just shows you how quickly all of this snow is melting. You can even see some puddles on the crosswalk. And then, of course, down here, as the water is kind of like the snow is melting, it's all just kind of like flowing into the storm drain. So definitely wouldn't be a bad idea to wear some waterproof shoes, even if you're feeling confident when you look out your window and it looks good on your sidewalk. It's definitely wet in some other places as well. I think that the microclimates around here are always what blows my mind. You know, you can be even in just one other area of Magnolia. Like we were on McGraw Hill a little bit earlier today, and there was a little bit more snow, more slush. There was still, you know, a lot of accumulation on the trees and on people's cars. So a little bit of a different vibe here in downtown Magnolia. But yeah, great to see people out doing their thing, and it's definitely warming up and melting around here. So that's the scene here in Magnolia. I'm going to kick it back over to you guys in the studio, Aaron and Bill.
Yeah, Carly, I like it, though, out there. You say you're in your snow gear. You see the kids out there in their snow gear, and they're taking their little sleds, hoping and praying for a hill to sled down.
I know, right? We talk about the different kinds of snow. There's like the conversational snow.
Right.
There's the annoying snow, right?
The disruptive
The disruptive snow, and then there's sleddable snow. That's the fun snow. I think we're on the border of that today. Some areas did get some sleddable snow. Want to take a look at some of our pictures here that you sent in and videos, and thank you so much for sending these in. Peter wanted to stay cozy inside. I don't blame Peter out in Issaquah, because that is a beautiful snowy picture.
Issaquah has just gotten hammered this week, especially in the foothills there.
That's right, yep. And you know what, it's nice having windows like that to just kind of take it in. Heidi in Port Orchard, look at this. It's the trees for me. They look so beautiful covered in the snow. They sure do. Gorgeous shot there, Heidi. Thank you for sending that one. And Rick says in Lake Stevens, I think I'm done with the snow now. Bring on summer. I'm done. Yep.
That's so true.
You know, just a little over a month, I would say about a month and a half to spring, okay? We got to get to spring before we get to
March
summer.
20th.
I know, a lot of people are feeling that way after this week, though, for sure. Lisa and Bothell. Oh, now we're talking. This is
Harley.
Her horse having a good time. She says, Harley, my border collie, having fun. I don't know where Harley is, but the horses are having a great roll in the snow. Look at that. I love that. That's out in Bothell there from Lisa. Thank you so much, Lisa, for sending that one.
Yeah, dogs and horses all fascinated by the snow, right?
I think it feels good to them, you know, being that coolness.
Right.
Mark in Snohomish. Look at all that snow. Several inches up there in Snohomish. That was one spot that got hit pretty hard here last night as well.
We appreciate all the deck furniture shots. Those are classics,
yes.
right?
You know what we haven't seen, Adam? What's that? We have not seen a barbecue yet. You know, having a grill. Yeah. We want to see more. Go to fox13seattle.com/poll. We want to see more of your photos and videos, and you can upload them there. It will be right.
And thank you for joining us this morning during our extended coverage on this weather alert day. We're tracking conditions with team coverage for you.
John Hopperstead is near the Bothell-Kirkland border where trees have fallen down this morning. Sean Chitness is in downtown Bothell checking out snow, and Aviation is in View Ridge.
And Adam Gerke tracking the road conditions and issues that you might run into out there. But we begin with Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan, the hardest working man in showbiz this week.
It's been a long week, hasn't it? I mean, it felt like it should have been Friday on Tuesday, and now we're at Thursday. Friday's tomorrow. We got one more rough commute for you, I think, tomorrow, and it's going to be for a different reason. It's going to be because of the ice, not the snow. So anything that doesn't melt and evaporate today is going to be looking pretty icy tomorrow. 35 is your temp right now. Our radar's still showing some showers, but those have really tapered off over the past several hours. Right now, up to the north end, up toward Arlington and Granite Falls. Oh, this looks like it has switched over to rain now at this point, and we've also seen a few light snow showers over Hood Canal as well. All right, here's a look at your current temperatures. 28 up in Bellingham, 34 down in Olympia, and heading over to the east side of the Cascades. Temperatures out that direction are in the teens and 20s. All right, day part forecast, we're topping out at 38 degrees. We'll see some sunshine this afternoon. That'll help promote some more melting. I know there's going to be still a lot of slushy spots that are probably going to be iced over as we get into the evening hours tonight. So we're going to have to deal with that. I'm going to be keeping a real close eye on how cold these temperatures initially start off as this evening as that sun comes down, because I think we can see those plummet pretty fast. If you are planning to head out on the town here this evening, you're going to want to make sure that you have a game plan on not staying out too late, because I think this stuff is going to ice over pretty quick. So if you're staying out till midnight, for instance, I don't know if that's such a good idea. All right, that is your weather for now. I think we're going to be sending it out to John Hopperstead. No, we're going to send it on over to Adam Gerke. Adam Gerke has a look at traffic here this morning. That example right there, you don't even have to say anything.
No,
Adam.
you really don't.
When I look at that, I'm like, well, somebody went too fast.
Yep, bad decisions were made. Bad decisions were made. And this, apparently from northbound I-5 to 525 is where this whole situation is happening. It's a little hard. With some of these camera shots, we get disoriented with the snow and where the sun is in relation to everything else. So that's what's been happening here at this scene. This ramp partially impacted. Vehicle off the road into the ditch has now been hauled out, but this continues to be partially blocked off as crews are here. This is the sort of thing we've been seeing. I've seen a number of spun out vehicles, folks traveling too fast for conditions, and right now, we're actually kind of getting to the point where the volumes are light around the Puget Sound, and the speeds are returning back to what would be almost a normal pace, close to the 60-mile-an-hour mark. But getting out of your own municipality, that's where I still have real concerns, because that's where you still see a lot of slush and snow that's built up, and not all the areas have seen plow action or clearing of the roadway yet. Especially also as we get into later today, when we get starting to see more of the slush out, I get concerned about some of the storm drains that get clogged up, and then we get giant, massive puddles. You have to watch for that too. Saw earlier troubles southbound I-5 to eastbound 520. That was clearly an issue where some runoff clogged storm drain, and then that ramp was blocked for a spell. They've reopened it, but that was really what was happening there. One of the first points we were seeing that. I want to point out something here that's kind of interesting with the road weather index on. Earlier this morning, Brian showed us where the snow was falling, and right now you can clearly see what that path was. Boom, right up from the coast, across the Kitsap and Mason County sides of things, and into King County, and then moving further north. Still very indicative right now. And one of the things that we've seen from this have been heavy branches pulling down power lines, and we've seen a number of power outages. PSC's been working diligently to get that power back on, but it's been kind of in this swath. To that end, we sent John Hopperstead out into the field in the Bothell area. John, what are you finding now?
Well, you're talking about power outages, Adam, and this neighborhood off 112th Place Northeast is no power out in this. There's no power right now in this neighborhood. One of the reasons for that is because a very large tree earlier this morning came down over these power lines, dragging them down to the ground. Now, the PSC crews came out here in the last couple of minutes. They chopped up the tree to make a path to be able to drive through this road now. I imagine they'll be back here later, because actually putting those lines back up and recharging them, that is going to take quite a while, I think. That's a big job, but at least they could cut that tree up, move it around, and give a spot here so this guy here can drive through. Now, his car was stuck up the hill a little while ago, and now he's making the effort to get through here. And I hope he takes it easy, because it is incredibly slippery out here. This snow, this really wet snow that mats down into this slushy mixture here on the ground. It just is incredibly slippery, whether you're driving through it or walking through it. We've seen cars get stuck here and they just had to be abandoned. So that's the situation on this road. And this is one of those back roads that don't get treated, that don't see the plows, and you just kind of have to wait for the big melt to come, which is happening now as we speak. The sun is out. It is not snowing, but the snow continues to fall, because we're basically on a road that goes right through the woods, and all that heavy wet snow that was sitting on these branches is melting away and starting to fall on us here. So it's a very pretty picture, but it's not actually snowing here. And hopefully for these folks that live in this area, because this is a big hill, this melts, the sun comes out, the temperatures come up, and we'll see more melting here. Eventually people can get around a little bit easier. Now, we want to toss it over to Sean Chitness. He is also in Bothell this morning. He was just across the Sammamish River behind me on the UW Bothell campus, which is shut down for the day. Class is canceled, but now he is in downtown Bothell. Let's check in for the latest with Sean. Sean, what's it looking like?
Hey, John. Well, I think the biggest challenge right now is that I have to squint my eyes. Who remembers what the sun was? Well, it's come out and it is hitting us pretty nicely. It is a welcome change in the weather, since it had been snowing so much for the majority of our time here. Let's take you back out to this main intersection that we've been using here in downtown Bothell to appreciate what the situation looks like. Main Street and Bothell Way. Conditions improving in part because of the sun. Nice to see all of the snow, ice, and slush that was on the ground melting. But again, that contrast still there of what a side street and one of the main thoroughfares looks like. Going to be a bit of a challenge still to transition, but hopefully with the sunshine, temperatures changing, and all of this starting to melt, it's going to improve. Also want to speak to what John was talking about and what we are seeing here. There really is no need for a hood because the snow has stopped, but if you are walking down a street like this or going down a road like this with a tree line and so many trees filled with snow-covered branches, then you're going to have that issue where so much of it is falling in. For a second, you might think it is still snowing, and so that's part of the situation here. None of the trees of the size or significance to create any serious damage so far, but it does help us to appreciate just how much snow we got here in this part of Bothell, and what folks will still be facing, the need to really clear these sidewalks, whether it's the snow, the ice, or what's falling from the trees now, a potential hazard, especially in this area where there is a decent amount of pedestrian traffic happening even on a day like this. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, John, for the update. And this is in Snohomish County. You can see some slush on the roads as folks drove through there as the sun started to come up. But look at the blue in the background. We're seeing that mixed sky cover, and it looks really pretty. But still, it was a tough commute and has been with everything changing over. And this is from the Delgado family in Mount Lake Terrace. Check it out. They got their snowboards out. They have 4 inches of snow. School was canceled, and the kids got up. Normally, they don't get up promptly for school, but they will for this.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's the perfect backyard to do a little sledding in the morning. That's great.
I know, right here in the lowlands. All right, this is from Soto near the stadiums. This is earlier this morning. You can see that there was slush and snow on the roadway. The big duck there for the boat show that was in town, and it's hanging out, just watching over Soto and the stadiums. You can see the roads did have snow and slush on them. That was pretty early. Once we got our cars out there, it started to warm up a little and started to make it kind of just a little bit wet and slushy.
And as we wake up to another round of winter weather, we want to see the conditions in your neighborhood. Send us your snow pictures and videos, and you can see them on today's mega poll. That is fox13seattle.com/poll.
Welcome back to Good Day Seattle. I'm meteorologist Abby Acone here in Seattle's View Ridge neighborhood, which is just a few minutes up the hill from Magnuson Park. And we've been in this particular spot. It's really hilly, all right? Much of our city is. We've seen about upwards of 3 to 4 inches of snow accumulating. Now, early this morning, totally covered in compact snow and ice. We've started to see the melt, people. I'm blinded by the light. The sunshine is trying to pop through. We've seen kids with sleds, people walking their dogs, and I absolutely love this neighborhood too because in the distance you can get a view of Lake Washington on a sunny day, the Cascades. It's these neighborhood roads, folks, that are going to be really difficult. Now, we talked to Seattle Department of Transportation to get an update on their strategy and how they're prioritizing things, and this is what they told us. They are prioritizing about 1,000 miles of the most critical streets. They got a fleet of over 50 vehicles with snow and ice fighting equipment. Big heads up. We've been talking about this all morning long. King County Metro, those buses are on snow routes, and some of the routes, they said, have been canceled, and that they're notifying riders with email and text, and you can go to their website for more details on that. And SDOT, they just advise people not to drive if you don't have to. Main thoroughfares are great. It's these side streets that are really rough. We also heard from SDOT that they have been in their 24-hour weather response mode since 7 a.m. Saturday morning, and they also just want to remind people that some Seattle streets are too narrow or too steep to plow completely. And so some of those streets or hills might need to be closed for public safety. I'm sure many of you can imagine many streets that you drive through on a regular basis that are too narrow or too steep for that plowing to be happening. Garbage, compost, trash, that will not get picked up today in residential areas from Seattle Public Utilities for the second day in a row, just because of all the inclement weather. And then for those kiddos who are really hoping for a snow day, we've seen some kids here sledding, but they are in remote learning today for Seattle Public Schools. So in-person is closed, but kiddos should be doing their remote learning, and families can get help with tech by going to the SPS website. All right, that's the very latest from here. We're seeing the snow gradually melting, and I'll send things over to Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. You're saying we could be even colder tomorrow than we've been so far this season?
I think we're going to be much colder tomorrow than last night, with temps dropping down to the mid-20s. We're going to see some clearing this afternoon. And so all that snow that's behind Abby right there is likely going to freeze over. You get that crunchy mess. 35 is your temperature right now. We have warmed up, and guess what? The sunshine is back, and that's going to help kind of melt things off, that stuff that hasn't melted off. But it's not all going to melt off. We need more of this to evaporate this afternoon as much as possible, because the more we can dry out these roads by the time we get into the overnight period after sunset, the better, because we're going to ice up late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Just a few isolated leftover showers in North Snohomish County, and then out over the Kitsap Peninsula, the western parts of the Kitsap Peninsula, right up against Hood Canal. Current temperatures have finally warmed into the mid to upper 30s in Puyallup and Renton. Areas like Auburn and Maple Valley are also in the mid to upper 30s. You get up to Snohomish County, Arlington, and Everett are above freezing. Everybody's above freezing. The roads should be improving dramatically. I think you'll notice a lot of slush on the side streets, the neighborhood streets, but in the main areas, we should be looking good. All right, here's your futurecast. Sunshine returns this afternoon. Should be very nice, but we're going to stay mainly clear throughout the night tonight. That's the problem. We're going to see those temps plummet back down into the low to mid-20s. Going to be one of our chilliest nights of the year so far. Then as we get into your Friday afternoon, we'll see the clouds return, and we got another chance of some showers moving through at the perfectly worst time, which will be in the early morning hours on Saturday. So we do have another chance of snow in the forecast. We'll talk more about that tomorrow as the models kind of come together on that. Let's focus on what's happening the rest of the day today, though. The Central Sound snow, done. Drier with thawing sunshine this afternoon. We'll watch out for tomorrow morning's commute after a very cold night is ahead. All right, let's get to your 3-day forecast. Friday, cold morning. I may put a weather alert on Friday and maybe on Saturday as well. It all depends on how fast those temperatures cool off. Be careful tomorrow morning if you're getting an early start and heading to work in the dark. Saturday, we'll watch that. There's not going to be as many people out on the roads, but we may wake up to some snowfall on Saturday morning. Exciting stuff. All right, let's send it on over to Adam Gerke. He's got a check on the roads. I'm hoping a lot of the main thoroughfares are looking much, much better. But you know what? It's going to be those shaded spots that, are going to have a tough time getting through that slush today. And there's a lot of shaded spots around our area.
Correct. And a lot of them right now experiencing some power outages, too, for that matter. PSC right now down to about 7,500 customers without power across the Puget Sound. Earlier, they started with about 20,000. So they've done pretty good work. But the trees this morning certainly got weighted down by the snow. Branches broke, power went out. You get the idea. Still also concerned with a lot of these slick ramps, places that often get shade or don't get well lit throughout the day. This was northbound I-5 to 525. Vehicle clearly slip sliding all the way off the road into the ditch. It was probably a very frightening situation, but a situation that could have been avoided had we been traveling, 1, a little bit slower, 2, adding a little more following distance. We don't really know what happened here altogether, but we see the end result. So 2, 1, slowing down. 2, Following distance, 3. Budgeting more time for your drive pretty much anywhere you need to go and get today. That's the big thing we've got to do. Most of the snowfall that we saw earlier this morning is kind of cleared out as far as the snowfall itself is concerned. Municipalities still pushing their plows around, trying to get a lot of the arterials and secondary roads taken care of. So it's going to be a while before we see them completely reopen. The next thing I'm worried about is going to be ponding and standing water from the snow when it starts to melt. Now, you'll have massive puddles that you have to deal with, not only on the surface streets, but also on the highways and byways. That'll be the big thing we have to watch out for. That continues to be a concern. Mountain passes, by the way, Stevens and Snoqualmie Pass have been dealing with traction tires advised so far this morning. So we've got this and so much more in store for you here as we continue with Good Day Seattle and our extended coverage. But first, just a brief break.
Well, happening now, Puget Sound Energy is reporting more than 7,000 customers are out of power on this snowy morning. The majority of them are in Redmond, Woodinville, and the Bothell area. Meantime, Seattle City Light is also reporting a little more than 700 customers without power, and Snohomish PUD is reporting over 2,000 outages. So we are tracking delays and cancellations at SeaTac Airport this morning. So far, 76 flights are delayed and another 16 are canceled, and heavy snow in Everett has officials at Payne Field encouraging travelers to use extra time and caution and double check flight status before you go. We'll continue to monitor things throughout the morning and bring you just the very latest numbers.
And during severe weather like this, it's important to keep our pets safe as well. And if you think it's too cold for you, it's probably too cold for your pet. So to keep them from getting itchy or flaky skin, keep your home humidified and dry your pet with a towel as soon as they come inside. Petroleum jelly or other paw protectants, be sure to put those on before they go outside to protect them from salt that's used to treat the road. Also, check your engine. Outdoor cats can use that as a heat source, so make sure that no cats have been taking refuge before you start your car, because that can get real messy. All right, 10:51 right now, and it is time for our Good Day Mega Poll.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, that was very, very well done. Yes, it is time for our Good Day Mega Poll. Today's Mega Poll is about you and about you sending us your photos and videos. We had a lot of other areas that got snow last night, and a lot of you have sent some wonderful photos. Teresa in North Bend showing a picture out on her deck. Yeah, thank you so much, Teresa, for sending that. A few inches out there in North Bend. Emma in Snohomish. Oh, we got a creature.
We
do.
Hey.
Yes.
That's a fabulous creature.
Fantastic.
Hey, that's a 10 plus.
Emma, you win a
that.
Emma, you win a prize. I don't know what the prize is, but you win. This is out in Snohomish. Very cool. Connie in Deckerville. How about 4 inches of snow out that direction?
And we spotted Bigfoot.
Yes.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, and Littlefoot.
Oh yeah, Big and Littlefoot. I knew it probably had a kid. Wendy in Redmond, our backyard in East Redmond. Look at all that snow out that direction. They had a few inches fall in Redmond.
They got some blue skies too.
Yeah, Kirkland also got some. John in Bremerton, how about this? Still snowing, well, when he sent this in at least. Weather station was at 33 degrees and beautiful shot out there along the Kitsap Peninsula. Marie in Polsbo sent us this one.
Oh, cool.
Banjo, that's Banjo off in the distance there. Banjo's first snow.
Banjo's a beautiful animal.
Yes, the dogs love the snow, don't they? Those husky dogs just like to sit outside in it for hours and hours.
Oh, look at that.
Priscilla out in Duval. Hey, windmill worthy. That's a fantastic shot. How
That's
cool.
great.
That's pretty cool how it all
Very cool. A little bit more up there in those higher elevations. And Yvonne in Monroe, the view from my deck with Mount Rainier poking out in the distance. This is probably after the snow fell this morning, starting to get a little clearing in the sky. It should be a beautiful afternoon for us. Sasha.
Hey. There we go, Adam.
Oh, we did it. Hey, we did it. Okay, so we asked for a creature. We got a creature. We got a dog, a snow dog. And then we also asked for a grill. So there you go.
Yep.
And that grill, I mean, there's probably, what, 5 inches on there?
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Darrington, yeah, good stuff. Hey, thank you so much for sending in your photos and your videos. We will continue to show them off here throughout the day on our other newscasts as well. So go to fox13seattle.com/poll. Send us your photos and videos. We'd love to see them. And we will be right back after.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome back on this snowy Thursday. Alert day. but it's turned into slush now.
It is turned into slush. The sun is back here, you guys. So we're going to be looking at some thawing. But here's the problem.
There's a problem.
There's a problem. Okay, so this morning it was very obvious what we were getting into. We walked out the door, we're getting into snow, and most people would say, okay, I need to take it easy. Okay, not everybody did, as Adam can attest to. But tomorrow, anything that, didn't evaporate and any moisture that's left on the roads is going to freeze over. We're going to be very cold tomorrow morning because we're going to have clear skies, so those temps dropping down into the low to mid-20s. That's all going to ice over. That's going to be a tough morning commute, and you don't see that ice, okay, most of the time. Got to be careful, Adam.
Yeah. This is a cautionary tale, especially for people in our industry. I do want to show you what's happening if we have this camera shot available. Take a look. Oh, they swung it around on us. Bummer. We wanted to show you the cautionary tale of what's still happening, where you've seen the slush and the snow, but this is actually a good camera shot for it as well, because notice that drip that is happening under alder drip wood. And that's kind of given us the story of what we're seeing overall. We're getting the slush and the snow. Storm drains next to be challenged, and I have a feeling we're going to see some pretty sizable puddles from all of this. That'll be the next thing to watch for today.
Root for the sunshine today. We want to evaporate a bunch of that moisture on the roadways.
Okay, so a challenging commute ahead of us tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think tomorrow. Let's get to our weather graphics, see if we can pull those up here. Yes, today the snow's done. The sun's going to come out. It should be actually a really nice afternoon. If the kids haven't played in the snow, get them outside right now, because you're not going to want them to play in the snow later on. It's going to be just cold and wet and soupy. Then tonight is when we really get chilly. We're going to ice over likely. Friday looks partly sunny and actually back into the upper 30s by the time we get into the afternoon. This is morning hours, though. Those morning hours are rough. And then you're going to want to pay attention to the forecast, because yet again, Friday night into Saturday morning, we have another chance for some snowfall, and that could be, once again, a little bit more of the widespread variety, but it's not going to be as much as we had last
And this has been our trend to be super cold, reminding people that it's supposed to be about 49 degrees for this time.
Right, yeah, 50 is our average, and it's just cold right now. We're stuck in this cold pattern. And if you're wondering, when do we get out of this cold pattern? Well, not until the end of next week.
Oh, my. So we're going to continue to be in this for a little while. And by the way, you can watch more news, interviews, and video from Fox 13 anytime on our connected TV app.
Yeah, it is free to download anywhere you get your TV streaming apps. And we'll have updates on our live stream all day long from the Fox Local Live Desk. The Fox Local app is free to download on your iPhones, any phones, and smart TVs. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early on Good Day Seattle.
That I've heard people make for the last decade. So, Mr. President, I come here to say, I also shared a story. I had a friend of Greek ancestry call me this week and say, what's going on with Mr. Musk? Well, I will say that Mr. Musk has put out some social media posts that are incorrect. He actually is one of the reasons why we're having to complete this due diligence, because he was talking about looking at payment data versus having professionals who are, some of them career personnel, looking at source code to figure out how to make it better. So he probably needs to tighten it up. But my Greek friend told me what I thought about all this stuff. And I said, I think the president has enabled Mr. Musk and other people a lot like Icarus's father provided him with wings. They were made of wax and feathers. And if you know the mythology, the idea was for Icarus to fly and never go so low as to drown in the sea, but never go so high as to have his wings melted, his feathers float away, and ultimately drown in the sea. So to those who are looking at all of this in a way that I am, I want that sweet spot. I want those who are looking at government efficiencies to understand the rules. They need to understand confidentiality, national security, and when lives are on the line. So when we're talking about DOD, we're talking about the intel community, Foreign Service, you need adult supervision in the room to make absolutely certain we don't compromise or put those men and women in danger. But in the meantime, if we really want to force change, if we really want to fulfill the promises that we made to the American people when we took control of Washington, then we have to get people comfortable with change. And we have to start fulfilling promises, some of the big promises that for the 10 years I've been here, I've heard it every year, and we haven't made appreciable progress. So if the American people are patient, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will present facts, not innuendo, that could be politically motivated at best or just bad information at worst. Then we can get through this, and we can go do right by the American people as a result. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, after hours and hours of arguments from my Democratic colleagues, not because I woke up this morning with a strong desire to hear my own voice for as long as I could on the Senate floor, but I am here because decades before I ever considered a career in politics, when I was just starting out in the Army, I raised my right hand and took an oath. I swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I vowed to protect our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and in this moment, at this precipice in our country, I need to make good on that promise. Because in the just 18 days since Donald Trump was inaugurated, we have witnessed an all-out assault on the system of checks and balances that our government was founded upon. We have seen the president both overreach and underdeliver, proving through executive orders and Twitter marching orders that he cares more about the billionaires who belong to Mar-a-Lago than the middle-class folks he pretended to care about on the campaign trail. Look, 250 years ago this April, a few brave patriots grabbed their muskets and risked their lives at Lexington and Concord, sacrificing for a country that was still more of an ideal than actual reality. They did so because they could no longer stand living under a tyrannical leader. They did so because they had dreamt up the notion of a government of, by, and for the people, and they knew that a system based on checks and balances was the best way to keep this nation's leaders from turning into the very kind of tyrant they'd fled England to escape. A system of checks and balances. Well, 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks into Trump's America, the only checks I see are the ones going into the pockets of Trump's rich friends. The only balance I see is Trump's balancing act between ripping off the middle class and endangering our national security. Our system of government is being eroded before our eyes. It's being perverted to work for the few, the billionaires, rather than the many, the people. And it is sickening to see so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle put their hands over their eyes and pretend they don't see what's happening. They are refusing to speak up as our president turns into more of a despot every day, as his power grabs get more extreme, more insidious, more cruel.
We're listening here to Senator Tammy Duckworth from Illinois continuing to speak on the Senate floor, as we have heard several of these representatives talk about some of the Trump administration initiatives that they are more specifically concerned about. But we do want to step away from this and take our first commercial break of the hour. On your screen, we are monitoring this live picture that we have from out of the Dominican Republic. We are waiting for Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold a joint press conference with the president there. And also, we just got this into our newsroom as well, a live picture from over in California, where we're going to be hearing from Attorney Ben Crump. He's going to be joined by Reverend Al Sharpton for a memorial service and rally for the victims of the Los Angeles area wildfires. So we'll continue to monitor all of these events, and then we'll bring them to you after the break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and I quickly want to take you out over to the Los Angeles area, bringing you this live image that we teased just before the break. We're listening to Reverend Al Sharpton. He's standing next to Attorney Ben Crump. They are set to participate in a memorial and rally for those wildfire victims. Let's listen in.
In Altadena because of redlining. So when these fires burn, and clearly we must look at California Energy, Edison Energy, yes, sir, and the spark that may have made this fire start. We're looking into that because this was not just all natural, the shutting down of it. There's liability here, but what happens in the interim, as Attorney Crump and others fight, these families need to be restored, and there should not be bias between how you handle one side of the victims and the other. So I come to stand with these three families to say National Action Network and I will be there. I don't care to get $1 billion settle. I don't want a dime. Attorney Crump will tell you he's never given me a nan a dime. But what we want is fairness and justice and restoration. Amen. Of Altadena. They do not need to be replaced or displaced. They need to be back in their homes as it is. Yes. And at the level that they should be. Example, for generations, I know with Zaya's family, 4 generations here. Their families, generations here. Well, what the family purchased 4 generations ago, the value and the insurance, has now escalated. Don't just cover us at the level of the insurance that it was bought at 4 generations ago, but come to the amount that will restore them now. We want these insurance companies, we want the energy company Edison to know that we're going to fight from a civil rights point of view as the lawyers deal with it from a litigator's point of view. The insult, though, for the president, we talk about getting rid of FEMA. If FEMA's gone, then what happens in the interim? So this becomes offensive to even talk about FEMA in the light of this. And one of the things I understand that there's a lot of attention, and rightfully so, with what happened with the airline crashes. But don't forget Altadena, and that's one of the reasons I'm here. We have a crisis in the airlines, but we have a crisis in Altadena and Palisades and other areas that were hit. And who was responsible? Don't put God as the responsible if there was a spark, or if the utility company could have cut off power and in some ways stop the spreading of this fire. That becomes a civil rights issue, and that's why I flew all the way cross country to be here with them today.
Okay. And as Reverend Al told the family, just because their land has been burnt down, that doesn't mean we're burnt out. We're going to fight for Altadena, to repair Altadena, to restore Altadena, and to rebuild Altadena strong.
Thank you.
Thank you. Zaya, do you want to say a word? We have some of the children and siblings.
One of the members, his father was a member of National Action Network, by the way.
Rodney Nickerson. Maybe we start with you, Mr. Nickerson, whose grandfather built the famous Nickerson Gardens.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the media and the loved ones that are here. Mr. Sharpton for his busy schedule coming out here, the National Action Network, Mr. Crump, Andrew Thornton, and their professional team. I'd like to thank everybody today. I really appreciate this. We're going to continue to walk together, side by side, not in front of each other, but side by side, and we're going to move on this together. We're going to rebuild together. We're going to rebuild our emotions together. And this is a special time, and this is definitely the start of something beautiful at the end. We will not be forgotten, those of us that lived on the Hill and those of us that visited on the Hill. This is a true time right now, and I'd like to thank everybody for that opportunity. And my dad and everyone's lost their life. They shall not be forgotten. Thank you for this.
Yes, sir.
We're listening here to some remarks made there on your screen. You see Reverend Al Sharpton. He was joined by Attorney Ben Crump, who is representing some of the families who have been severely impacted by the wildfires that broke out throughout the Los Angeles area. They're going to be participating there in a memorial service and a rally. But we do want to segue from this and head over to another story that we have been monitoring very closely, as we are seeing here that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, you see him there on your screen, he is holding a joint news conference with President Luis Abinader in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Let's listen in.
En nuestra reunión abordamos temas de gran importancia para ambos países, destacando la cooperación en seguridad, migración,
in security, migration, and trade, areas where our relationship has shown significant progress. I thank the U.S. for its support in the fight against drug trafficking, organized crime, and irregular migration, which shows our shared commitment for a Caribbean that is safer and more prosperous. Given the growing threat of synthetic drugs and as a result of our bilateral conversations, I have decided to appoint Vice Admiral Cabrera Ulloa as our drug czar, in charge of leading our joint efforts with the United States to stop the expansion of this substance, which has taken many lives in your country. Cabrera Ulloa's great record prepare him to lead this new initiative successfully. In their security, the DR has shown itself to be a strategic ally in the region. We have a holistic plan for migration control and for fighting criminal structures, which include strengthening our armed forces, implementing advanced technology for biometric identification, hardening measures against criminals, and strengthening our legislation to go against drugs and transnational crime. We also have international legal cooperation that is high level, with robust cooperation in extraditions and enforcing the law, which is unprecedented in the region. The DR's commitment to regional stability is firm. In this regard, we discussed the crisis in Haiti. This is a situation that requires a coordinated, solid response from the entire international community. We have reiterated that there is no Dominican solution for the Haitian crisis. That is why we have highlighted the urgent need to have greater financial support for the multilateral support led by Kenya, the goal being to expand its operational capacity and ensure effective actions. We also highlighted the importance of reestablishing humanitarian assistance to avoid a worsening of the crisis and a possible uncontrollable migration wave that would affect both the Dominican Republic and the United States. We agree that there is no time to lose, Mr. Secretary. The Haitian situation is a threat to security in the entire region, including that of the United States. Every day that passes is a day of fire and blood. Haiti is drowning, while a significant part of the international community is passively watching from the sidelines without showing the commitment that this serious situation requires. We both know that we must not shirk our responsibility to have firm determination given the situation. In the case of Haiti, the leadership of the U.S. is fundamental, and there is no substitute. Regarding the 10th Summit of the Americas that will be held in December in Punta Cana, we agreed that it is important to strengthen regional integration as a road for the social and economic development of our peoples, always marked by democracy, freedom, and the respect for the fundamental values that unite us. One of the key issues in our conversation was also the development of rare earths, a resource that has great potential for the Dominican Republic. In this case, there are new opportunities for growth and investment and would make us more competitive in international markets. Our country continues to become consolidated as a a place for tourism par excellence, with a favorable business climate and important modernization in this area. In spite of the challenges that we still face, we are very willing to go towards a more prosperous, safe, and equal Dominican Republic. In closing, this visit, Secretary Rubio strengthens the relationship of mutual respect, cooperation, and friendship among our countries. We are committed to continue to working together in order to promote peace, well-being, and progress in hopes of a shared future of prosperity and stability in our region. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for your visit, for your ongoing commitment and your favorable opinion of the Dominican Republic. Let us continue to move forward together with a vision, with determination, and a great feeling of hope in the future. Thank you very much.
We thank the words of the Honorable President Abinader of the Dominican Republic. Now we give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State of the United States of America. Thank you so much. I will say a few words in Spanish and then switch to English. In Spanish, in Cuban, and then I'll switch to English. First of all, Mr. President, thank you so much for your inviting me to the palace, to have the chance to spend so many hours with you and your team, and for this opportunity to reinforce the partnership we have. I'll start with the economic issue, which is very important, and we have tackled many important issues, and the impressive measures you have undertaken and the work we want to do with you regarding also the rare earths. We want to make the Army Corps of Engineers, which we know they have worked with you to identify these rare earth elements, and this is going to be so important for the modern economy. We are not ready to announce anything official at this point, but we will discuss the opportunity, the possibility of doing something very significant for the history of both countries. At the same time, we need to discuss energy security. We have a chance to not only have a power supply for the Dominican Republic to continue to make progress, but this will be of great benefit to Puerto Rico. They are North American, and there's a chance to take use of semiconductors. This is going to be key for modern technology, and everything that has been said about medical, defense technologies as well. And you have a chance to become a hub for this type of industries. We will work together and we will consider ideas to see how to expand the presence of that industry here, so close to the United States and in a country that is a friend and that is safe. On the other hand, I want to highlight the anti-corruption, anti-drug work we've done together. Impressive work. We have seen the figures you have been able to achieve in so few years. Stopping drugs, same for the United States. Large numbers of drugs that could have caused great damage to our country also. Our cooperation. And to see how to expand this cooperation, I'd like to announce today that we know that many of the programs have been frozen by virtue of President Trump's executive order. We are willing to provide waivers so that programs can continue, and also we want to see how to expand the programs. I am happy to announce today that we have entered into an MOU to formalize the presence of a CBP agent, Customs and Border Patrol from the United States, to work together with the National Police to improve our efforts, and we will see how we can enhance access to certain technologies which will allow to grow what you are doing, and we will do this together. On the other hand, we cannot forget the issue of Haiti. I'd like to make a few points clear. First of all, the United States is committed to continue to work with the international mission there. There have been interviews that are not truthful about the current position. Last week, we signed a permit to continue being part of the mission. We will continue to support the mission. I spoke with the Kenyan president today to reinforce that commitment. The government in the U.S. has a freeze order, but there's a chance to have exceptions, and that will be an exception. The same with regards to programs that contribute to the security of the United States and the hemisphere as a whole, like this does. But we need to be clear. The solution, I believe this is the policy of the United States, and we will never ask the Dominican Republic to accept a migratory wave from Haiti. This was my position as senator, and it is my position as Secretary of State. Secondly, the solution for Haiti is in the hands of the Haitian people, in the hands of the Haitian elite. But we will help. We cannot ignore the problems there. Their future, their destiny is in their hands. Unfortunately, today, large part of the territory is under the control of armed, dangerous gangs. And we have to face that. The first goal is peacemaking there. And that is the objective of the mission which we'll continue to support. But we have to understand that the mission needs to be broadened for it to be able to eliminate these gangs. If that can be achieved, we need to discuss the future of Haiti, the opportunity they have to become a place where so many industries that are located today in other continents, like manufacturing, textiles, those things that already exist, they could be expanded. They could reach more people. They could give rise to jobs. They could give an investment opportunity. But that is impossible if there's no security. So the first issue to tackle is the violence and insecurity, because we see this large territory ruled by gangs. As you know, as a senator, I worked on Hope Help. You know, I was one of the sponsors of that draft bill. Now another senator is working on that. The idea is to continue with that law so that those opportunities can be there for Haiti and its future. It is an issue of great importance. We care about it. And I know it is a matter you cannot ignore here, and you have not ignored it. You have done a lot, and we will do our part as well. Finally, I'd like to say that the summit in December will be key. We hope to join all of the democratic governments in the region to discuss these issues. To discuss, however, not only the challenges the hemisphere faces, but also the opportunities available. We will do everything possible for the summit to be successful. Thanks for this opportunity.
Been found here, thanks to the work contract of the Army Corps of Engineers. While we don't have any specific proposal we're ready to announce, I say that we have the potential here to do something historic and very unique in partnership with the Dominican Republic, and it's something we have more to say about in the near future. I also think the Dominican Republic has an opportunity to play an enormous role in energy security, in the generation of power, not just for its economy, but also for the economy of Puerto Rico, which impacts, obviously, Puerto Ricans are American citizens. We hope to continue to work on that and get the permits necessary to make that possible. And of course, the opportunity for nearshoring, which we all talk about, bringing important and key industries closer to the United States into our hemisphere, and the opportunity to do that in particular with things like semiconductors. The Dominican Republic has expressed an interest in being a leader and a hub for semiconductor development, and that's something we hope that we can continue to contribute towards and be helpful. On the cooperation that we have against drugs and crime, the Dominican Republic has yielded some extraordinary outcomes very recently. Historic numbers of seizures of drugs destined for the streets of the United States. Today, I'll sign a waiver of our programs, our foreign aid programs that work in conjunction with our partners here that have been successful, so those successes can continue, and we're going to look for opportunities to expand upon those programs by making available new technologies that will allow them to even be more effective in stopping these drugs. This is an example of the kinds of programs that make America safer and stronger. And so we issue those waivers today, and we look to expand upon those programs in the future. We also think that, and obviously I want to mention the extraordinary cooperation on extraditions. Number 2 in the whole hemisphere. If someone is wanted for a dangerous crime, no nation in the hemisphere has been more cooperative than the Dominican Republic in extraditing dangerous criminals wanted for transnational crimes. Last but not least is the issue of Haiti, which we cannot ignore. It's a tragedy, it's horrifying, and it needs to be dealt with. I want to be clear that the future of Haiti belongs to the people of Haiti. They and the elites in that society have to make up their minds and have to think through what they want their future to look like, because that is their country and their future belongs to them, but we are going to help. There's been some misreporting about the U.S. role and support of the mission there. So let me be clear, and so it's understood. Last week, in the middle of last week, I signed a waiver to make sure that our programs there continue. And as of last Friday, they are active and have been working. And they are, and I reiterated that this morning in my call with the President of Kenya, who we appreciate, by the way, that nation's willingness to stand up and lend security forces. I think it's also important to note, however, that that mission as currently constructed will not be enough. It needs to find new direction in order to be successful at rooting out these armed groups that today have taken possession of large portions of Haitian territory and endanger the lives of people and the stability of the region. I think it's also important to be clear. We cannot and will not ask the Dominican Republic to accept, or be expected of them to accept, an uncontrolled migratory wave. No country in the world should be asked to do that. And this country should not either. And we will not be asking for that. And I also think it's important to begin to think about Haiti's future, its economic future, and what we can be doing now to set the stage for an economic renaissance that allows the people of Haiti to live in peace and prosperity. And so the security element is key, because none of this is possible without that. But beyond that, there's a real opportunity for Haiti to grow into a hub of nearshore manufacturing, of nearshore light manufacturing. That presence already exists there now. That can be expanded. They have a young and strong, vibrant workforce. And so that's why I hope Congress will pass a bill that I sponsored when I was in the Senate, and I hope will pass this year extending the Hope Help Act. If we can deal with the security challenges and pass legislation that give investors certainty about the future, we hope to see more investments that bring those industries from other continents here to our hemisphere, shortening supply chains and creating prosperity and opportunity for the people of Haiti. And last but not least, we are committed to making the upcoming Summit of the Americas here in December very, very successful. It comes at a key moment in the history of our hemisphere. We will do everything possible to work with our partners and our allies here in the Dominican Republic to make sure that that summit is a success. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Muchas gracias.
You just heard there some remarks made by Secretary of State Marco Rubio on his trip to the Dominican Republic, where he is holding this joint news conference with the president there, Luis Abinader. We do want to step away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We'll continue with this event and showcase other top stories when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are taking you straight back out to the Dominican Republic. We are seeing Secretary of State Marco Rubio answer some questions after holding a brief joint news conference with President Abinader.
Gaza right now has unexploded munitions, lots of rockets and weapons and other things that Hamas was using there, and that needs to be dealt with. And it's very difficult to do that when you have populations on top of you. If some other country is willing to step forward and do that job themselves, then I encourage them to do so. But it seems to me that there are a lot of countries in the world that like to express concern about Gaza and about the Palestinian people, but very few are willing in the past to do anything concrete about it. And so I think President Trump is trying to stir that and hopefully get a reaction from some countries who do have both the economic and technological capacity to contribute to a post-conflict region.
Will be able to return or not?
Well, again, I mean, that area, when you're removing munitions that are unexploded, I don't think you want people living next to unexploded munitions and weapons depots that have been left behind or are in place because of what Hamas has done. So I think that's just a realistic reality that in order to fix a place like that, people are going to have to live somewhere else in the interim. And there are countries in the region who express a lot of concern about the Palestinian people. And we encourage them to step forward and provide a solution and an answer to that problem.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. President. Michael Crowley with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, there's some confusion today about American diplomacy with Panama. Al, as you must be aware, wondering if you could clarify for us. As you surely know, after the State Department announced last night that Panama had supposedly agreed to waive fees for U.S. government vessels transiting the canal, the Panama Canal Authority quickly denied this, and today President Molino, who seems rather upset, called the State Department statement on this lies and falsehoods. Can you tell us your understanding of how we reached this point of confusion and where you understand the situation to be right now? Is there an agreement? What's the point of confusion here? And on USAID, if I may quickly, we are hearing from employees abroad who are confused, anxious, and in some cases actually panicked about the order to return within 30 days, which is not that much time to uproot and relocate from a foreign country. Do you plan on offering these employees any more guidance on this process? And in particular, are you able to say whether people can serve out their administrative leave in their mission country, or are they required to return home even if they're not using government resources? And Mr. President, please, you said that the leadership of the U.S. is fundamental and there is no substitute in finding some sort of a solution for Haiti. The president of Haiti's Transitional Council seems very concerned about this, said a couple of weeks ago he believes that President Trump does not care about Haiti and that the Trump administration's policies will be a catastrophe for his country. Can you just give us a sense of your confidence level that the Trump administration will follow through and exercise the sort of leadership role you described? Thank you.
What was your, let me answer the first two because I think they were for me. What was the first one again? I apologize.
And the state of the diplomacy, what led to the confusion and where things stand now,
And then
please.
the second one was USAID. Okay.
Yes, please. Thanks.
I'm not confused about Panama. We had conversations. I felt there were strong first steps. We have expectations we made clear in those conversations. I respect very much that Panama has a process. They're a democratically elected government. They have rules. They have laws. They're going to follow their process. But our expectations remain the same. In particular on that, I would just say that the United States has a treaty obligation to protect the Panama Canal if it comes under attack. That treaty obligation would have to be enforced by the armed forces of the United States, particularly the U.S. Navy. I find it absurd that we would have to pay fees to transit a zone that we are obligated to protect in a time of conflict. Those are our expectations. They were clear. They were clearly understood in those conversations. But I respect very much the fact that Panama has a process of laws and procedures that they need to follow as it relates to the Panamanian Canal authorities. We'll allow them to work through those processes. We intend to make it amicable the way our visits were. As far as the USAID, a couple points. The goal of our endeavor has always been to identify programs that work and continue them, and to identify programs that are not aligned with our national interests and identify those and address them. So we have sent out guidance to those deployed abroad that they will be on leave of absence, not fired, leave of absence as of Friday. And then we made very clear in the message, it's there and it's written in the message that was posted, that if there are exceptional circumstances regarding family or displacement, or maybe the person, their spouse is employed in the embassy, so they're co-located and their children are in school, there is room and space for that. We also made clear in the guidance that there would be specially designated programs that would not be a part of that order. And we are working through the process of identifying them now, what those specially designated programs are, and we will continue to work through the process of finding them. The third point I would make is that people were given 30 days that we would help bring them home if they so desire during that 30-day period. And at the same time, the expectation, as I said, that if they have a special condition or something's going on, we didn't list them all, but we're willing to listen to those. We're not trying to be disruptive to people's personal lives. We're not being punitive here. But this is the only way we've been able to get cooperation from USAID. I had preferred not to do it this way. When we tried to do it from the top down, by getting cooperation from the central office of USAID, what we found instead are people trying to use the system to sneak through payments and push through payments despite the stop order. We found people that were uncooperative in terms of giving us information and access, all very consistent with some of the things we experienced while we were in Congress. And so we've had to do this other route instead. But we are going to do foreign aid. The United States will be providing foreign aid, but it is going to be foreign aid that makes sense and is aligned with our national interest. And I know the last question wasn't for me, but I want to address that as well. Number one, the United Nations is sitting on $100 million in their fund. The United States has provided 15 of the $100 million for that fund. Okay? Only 13 million of that is currently frozen. That means they still have $85 million plus the 1-point-something million they spent that we already have in there available for the mission. That's clear. And that's not an impediment to the mission continuing. Beyond the UN fund, I've issued a waiver providing for the use of, I think it's close to $40 million of additional support. And those contracts are out there and they're working now. They're providing logistical support both to the mission and to the Haitian National Police. Those are facts. So I could just say that's a pretty strong commitment, and it's certainly a lot stronger commitment than some of the other rich countries around the world who aren't doing nearly as much. By the way, it's a credit to Kenya, who's come halfway around the world and are willing to stand up and do something about it, when countries in our own hemisphere, they're not willing to do anything about it. And I don't want to go through and list all of them and start some diplomatic fight my 2.5 weeks into my term here, but I'm just telling you, there's some rich countries out there, and they're not doing nearly enough about it, and they could be doing more. So I encourage them to do more.
Yeah, can you repeat the question so I can fully understand? Yes, please.
Has said that he does not believe President Trump cares about his country.
As we continue to listen in to this question and answer portion of the joint news conference between the Secretary of State Rubio and the Dominican president, we do want to step away for another brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but we'll continue with more of these remarks next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Let's head back out to the Dominican Republic, continuing to listen in to Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Dominican president answering questions during their joint news conference.
Informaciones preliminares, pero bastante positivas, de que muy posiblemente tenemos
Quite
reservas.
positive. We have gross reserves. Then we will see what the net reserves are. But the gross reserves are of about 100 million tons. That is significant. In about 2-3 months, we will have the numbers with precision, but what we've seen so far is quite positive. We feel optimistic. This is the advanced technique, and we require technology and help. This is why we have created a public company, a state company, to be able to exploit these rare earth elements, but the market is in the United States. There is an international price, but you always need advising so as to exploit them in an efficient way and with economic sense. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Abinader, Secretary Rubio, and respective delegations. It's been said here that the Summit of the Americas at the end of the year is one of the tasks that will start. I'd like to know whether we'll have President Trump here then. But let's remember what happened in Los Angeles in the Summit of the Americas in June 2022. The Secretary of State at the time exerted lots of pressure to exclude Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. He did not reach consensus amongst Latin American countries, and the United States did not invite Cuba, Venezuela, or Nicaragua. Secretary Rubio, you just said that those three governments are enemies of humanity. That is very strong. Dominicans would say, well, let's take it down a notch. So we could really be a bit softer. But if you keep that high tone, would the U.S. be ready to exert pressure so that those three governments cannot be invited to the Summit of the Americas? Or if these three governments who are enemies of humanity, they will be invited. I know the decisions of President Abinader on this matter. So the United States would not share with those governments. Well, that decision, who to invite, lies with the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic will be hosting. I do not know how else to talk about a regime that has forced about 8 million citizens to leave Venezuela. They imprison, they torture innocent individuals. In the case of Cuba, significant portions of the population have left the country. They have imprisoned over 500 persons, including children and women, because they were part of demonstrations on the streets. And Nicaragua, imprisoning political opponents. Every candidate has been pursued by justice in Nicaragua. They are even deporting nuns. They have a fight against Catholic Church, a fight against religious representatives, and there is a co-presidency, and it's kind of a family dynasty. I do not know how else to describe those regimes. They are not just doing that to their own people, but these three regimes have contributed to the instability of the region. Every country in the region has had to pay the price of the instability in these countries. In the case of Venezuela, which cooperates with Iran, with Hezbollah, with Hamas. In the case of Cuba, which has allowed Russian presence, Chinese espionage. This is my opinion. I don't think there will be a change in those countries between now and December, but that is the way in which I refer to those countries based on the reality of their behavior. I wish it wasn't the case, but it has been the case for a long time, unfortunately. So would you share a table with them? Well, the governments there could change, their regimes could change. They could stop abusing human rights, violating human rights. But I believe politics works well when we speak clearly and we are not confused, and I am not confused.
Las preguntas de los periodistas dominicanos.
Questions of Nelson Rodriguez and Luchi Lora, Dominican journalists, have been answered. We will bring this press conference to a close during the visit to the Dominican Republic of His Excellency Marco Rubio, Secretary of State of the United States. Thank you for being with us. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
All right, so as you just witnessed there, the conclusion of this joint news conference, a press conference rather, that was given over there in Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, featuring Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the President Luis Abinader, where they gave some brief remarks at the top of that Q&A portion. They discussed how that visit went. We are taking a live look here at the Capitol building over in Washington, D.C., as we continue to track some more of these domestic headlines here. I do want to give you a kind of a roundup of all of these live images that we are getting into the newsroom. Let's start with Washington, D.C. As you can see, senators still on the Senate floor continue to discuss and convene several of these initiatives that have been brought forth by President Donald Trump. And specifically, they are focusing on some of the confirmation hearings that we are still waiting for, most notably Kash Patel to be the FBI director, but also